It. Yeah, we're live. Hello, everyone. We are live. Welcome to the fundraiser for our dear friend Chris. You know him from TCG Metalz. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Today we have an exciting night for everyone. We have prepared some activities, some discussions, and we will also have a raffle today. To donate to the GoFundMe, please, link is in the description below. Go follow it. Over there you will also find AMs. There you will also find tiers for the raffle, as well as rules how to participate in it. So please go check out, link in the description below. And yeah, I'm going to wait here for like 5 to 10 minutes until more people gather, and then I will show you briefly the rules of the raffle and how to participate in the GoFundMe and everything. And then we're gonna have some awesome stuff today. We're gonna go over some tier lists. We're going to have guests. Peter Dance is joining us along with Big O Notation. They will be talking about professional player preparation for big events and choosing decks. I think that's top of this type of discussion that you guys might enjoy. Also, we will have Max Kennedy all the way from Australia. He will also be joining us today. We will have a raffle with awesome prizes as well. We're giving out, we're donating the Battle Hour free cards pack donated to the stream by Scott Sedman of London Players Guild. Eggman also donated. Huge shout out to you, Eggman, as well. We have some packs. Jakub from Scalp Pivnički also donated some playmats. We have a lot here. Thank you, Jay. Thank you for $20. Hey Janos. Thank you guys so much. For 1 second, the one thing that I need to edit here is these super chats. I left them online here. We should, instead of them, we should be having just the link to the GoFundMe. I'm sorry, I'm doing everything in the last possible second. So 1 second. I am just doing some corrections here. Thank you very much. Okay, everything should be fixed now. I'm sorry, guys. I really prepared at the last possible time. So, but hey, that's me. It's sad, but it's kind of what we'd expect. Yeah. So, everyone, let me show you. Let me show you our raffle plans. So here you go. These are the rules for the raffle. So these are our raffle rules. To participate, donate to the GoFundMe. Link is in the description below. We will have multiple reward tiers. You can find all of them in the description. Just please donate to the GoFundMe itself, because with my monetization it's difficult to get from YouTube with tax cuts and everything. So just donate directly to Chris and his family. We have multiple reward tiers. We will have a raffle at the very end of the stream. I think it's easiest then. Important, please, this is very important. After donating, type in the chat, donate, the amount and your name, so that we can keep track. Nina is on chat duty. She will be keeping track of all of the donations made during the stream. It's easier to make the raffle then, just to know like, okay, we are separating like here, here, and here. The raffle is open to all regions and free shipping for all rewards. So free shipping to everyone. And yeah, thanks for helping everyone. Every little bit helps. Every little bit helps. Yeah, these are the rules. I'm gonna keep them up just for a bit. Just for a bit. And then we will move into the first activity of the night, which is we're gonna have a very brief BT22 tier list. This is the first thing that we are doing, and then in an hour Peter Dance and Big O will be joining you for a discussion about pro player preparation for events. And after that we will have another big tier list build. Then Max is joining at 11. A lot of things are happening. A lot of things are happening. We are expecting some special guests if they can make it tonight. And yeah, please share the video everywhere. The more people see it, the higher the chances that, you know, some of our viewers will donate to TCG Metalz, to Chris and his family, because yeah, this is the time where we need to stand together as a community to help out someone who tragically lost so much. Yeah, so I'm just waiting just a bit, and then we will, in 2 minutes, we will move to the first activity of the evening. Yeah, so in the meantime, how is everyone doing? Thank you for joining us tonight. And yeah, this is, I'm sorry if I'm rambling a bit. I just woke up recently after the regionals. Yeah, it's a busy Sunday. It's a busy Sunday. Yeah, so I think that it's about time. I think that we can move to the very first activity of the evening, and that is going to be a BT22 tier list, actually. So let me just load it up quickly. There we go. So here is what we are doing. The first thing of the night. I think I'm going to do another one later on the channel, but I know that you guys love these tier lists, and they're always fun to watch. So yeah, let's make one. Let's make one for the newest archetypes. If the screen is gray, that's usually because I am preparing other things as well. So 1 second. Yeah, let's go. So here are the rules. As always, the rules are the following. Tier 0, OP should be banned. Just flat out banned, remove it. Just nothing. Tier 1, meta defining. So which decks are gonna be meta defining in the upcoming meta game. Tier 2, competitive. So these are, you know, your competitive decks. They aren't meta defining, but they're not going to shift the entire meta game, but they will make an impact. Tier 3 are our rogue decks, and then tier 4 is basically what you bring to locals. You know, you're not really going to be doing too much with them. And lastly, last but not the least, tier 5, go away Toa token deck. You know, the ones that are really, really bad. So we are just going over the leaders from the set, because we'll have guests on in 45 minutes or so. I am not taking into consideration anything that got extra support, because we still need to see some multicolored cards. So we'll just go over the main things in the deck. And yeah, so let's go with the first one. We are starting off with Beast Gohan. So starting off with Beast Gohan. This one was extremely hyped. I think everyone was hyped to see Beast Gohan because, hey, it's Beast Gohan. It can't possibly be bad, right? It's Beast Gohan after all. The leader itself did not really... I don't think that the archetype itself is as powerful as its blue counterpart. We did a how to play guide earlier today, earlier this week, and I think that unfortunately, though there is a lot of hype for Beast Gohan, I don't think that it lives up really to it. I don't think that it lives up to it. One of my team members says that he has cracked the deck. He knows exactly what to do now. I don't see that. Unfortunately, I don't see that. I think that it is a good mid-range deck to play. I think that it is a good mid-range deck to play. As far as it making any big impact, well, think of it like this. I think that this is a deck which does well on defense, but then doesn't do that well on offense. So you'll have to be playing War of Attrition against your opponent. So you'll just be not buffing yourself during the defense phase, going to 25k, going to 30k at some points, baseline, and then your opponent needs to either commit resources from their hand when they attack you, or they need to commit resources from their hand when you're attacking them. But I think that the entire idea of the playstyle, though the deck Z awakens very quickly, is not... I don't think that it's sustainable, because the idea for it is that it's supposed to last. It is supposed to last longer into the game, because that's what basically a War of Attrition is. But I think that with yellow and blue existing, like these two colors which really like to go into the long game, I think you are just going to crumble here. Thomas says donated 20. Thomas, yeah, we are typing it down. Thank you Thomas for the donation. Donated 40 Colin. Thank you Colin for the donation. Thank you so much. So Beast Gohan, I think that Beast Gohan is going to... I think it's going to end up in tier 2 or in tier 3 at the moment. You see, because for those of you just joining us, like I said, the problem is you want to play the long game, but when you face yellow and blue, who really thrive in the long game, unlike Gohan, they're just going to demolish you. I don't think that Beast Gohan is going to be good. I think it's going to be like Rogue at best. We might change it. Later down the line. Bob Espira, hey Espira, welcome. Baba tier 5 forces me to read opponent's cards. Oh my god. Yes. And us Dragon Ball players, we're not good at reading. I think Baba is just pure torture. Baba is just made to torture us. Let's jump to Hedo. Let's jump to Hedo before we banish Baba to tier 5. Hedo, I think, is the better one. I think Hedo is by far the better red deck. We have broken it down. We have seen the aggression that Hedo can put out. Everything has barrier. Everything has plus 5k on your turn. And that's just... and basically everything has dual attack. For free. And you get to play one guy for free. Like getting plus 5k barrier dual attack, that's just like that's an insane amount of pressure. Plus play something for free every turn, and all of your key cards have barrier. Yeah, I think that's insane. I honestly think that this is insane. It suffers the same problems that some other Go White decks do. Robotic Riposte is going to be a problem when you run into it, but I think that right now we are seeing Hyper Aggro decks thrive. Some Hyper Aggro decks thrive. It's not as aggro oriented as it used to be in the previous metagame. So I think that it's still going to be competitive. I don't think that Hedo is going to be a meta-defining deck necessarily, but I think that it is going to be competitive at least. At least competitive. We know that a Cell Max is coming as a promo card. I doubt that it is for this deck, because this deck doesn't really do much with Cell Max. But I think that, yeah, tier 2 competitive, I think that this is okay. I really think that Hedo is better than Gohan. Moving to Janemba. Oh man. So, oh my god, I did not put Gogeta in here. Okay, yeah, I forgot to put Gogeta. It wasn't on Deck Planet. I will fix that. Don't worry. Don't worry. So, moving on to Janemba. I think that... I don't think that Janemba is good. I don't think, honestly, that Janemba is good. I still need to go over both Janemba and Gogeta. But as far as this one goes, I think that what it's trying to do with the extra cards is cute. Yeah, not Milnemba. I agree, Espira. Not Milnemba. Shambles. Peter is in the same boat. He's telling me every day, like, mate, I'm quitting this game. This is nonsense. I think what it's trying to do with the cards is cute, but then you need to remember that you have only 7 cards in the Z deck, and then it starts getting clunky. I think that this one is just like, it's good for locals. I don't even think that it's good as a rogue deck. Unfortunately, the best Janemba 6 drop that you could possibly play is not Janemba. it's the Xeno version. If you could cheat that one out, oh my god. But we are getting a Janemba. I think that we are getting a TP, that it was revealed. I'm not sure. Maybe it fixes some problems. Then we're moving on to... I'm going to slow down a bit because we still have half an hour before our guests show up. We're moving to Go Bros. And let's... I just want to quickly analyze this one. Wait a second. You're dedicating plays to make sure to make your other cards stronger when other decks are just playing good battle cards strong by themselves. Exactly. Like that's the problem here. Hedo does kind of the same. Hedo also buffs his cards, but he buffs them passively. He just does what he does, and here it's too expensive. Going over Go Bros. So here's the thing with this one. I will explain why and how. The basic idea, the basic premise is deck draws like crazy. I don't think that there is a single deck right now that can draw this much. Like this deck just draws hyper fast. The big strong point is it draws naturally. Let's say it like that. It draws naturally. It doesn't have to do like out of archetype shenanigans outside of Healing Pod. It doesn't have to resort to the ape to draw 2, for example. It doesn't have to play anything outside of the pod or any unoptimal plays to draw cards. You're just doing your engine. Every single turn you're placing your 1-drop, then 4-drop, and then discard 1 to play your 6-drop, auto triggers, you draw. You're doing your standard chain, and you're drawing like 8 cards per turn. Just by doing that. The other thing about it is that I have heard an argument, which is a valid argument. I have heard an argument saying, well, the problem with this deck is nothing has protection. Literally nothing has protection in the form of barrier. Your chain has deflect. Your entire chain has deflect if you're playing the SR 6-drop. But nothing has barrier. They have like double strike, critical and stuff. But here's the thing. I think that comparisons, especially when it comes to like protection, there are a lot of comparisons between this one and Tcgmetalz, because you play 1-drops, you involve them and stuff. So like, this one has protection, it's better, but that's the wrong comparison. Compare this one to Gogeta, to the banned one. You're drawing like crazy. That one also, nothing in that deck except the A-drop had any protection at all, and everything enters mid-battle, same as this one does. What you're going to do is you will just bully your opponent with your massive hand size. That's exactly what Gogeta used to do. You draw 8 cards per turn. We done some math, my team and I, and by the end of turn 3, you have 17 cards left in deck. If everything goes well, your hand size is massive, and then you're just going to bully your opponent with combos and everything. So I think that the problem of protection isn't really a problem. The deck has to invest a bit more. You can run the newest Gohan negate in this one perfectly for free, because you just discard the 1-drop, activate main, get it back next turn, draw a card. So I think that this is the first, where I'm trying to go is I think that this is the first meta defining deck. I think that this one is just insane. Like, it's crazy. I would argue that at worst it is as good as Gohan. At its worst. So, and we are seeing that Gohan is slowly on his way out. We're seeing less and less of Gohan. We didn't even have that many at European regionals today. Alright, so then we are moving to the one that has been troubling me a bit lately. That has been troubling me. Wait a second, let me just jump in and say 21 viewers. Hello everyone, welcome to the Fundraiser stream. We will be having a lot of stuff over the next couple of hours. Tier lists, guests, special talks. We have a raffle. We have everything. We'll be keeping this train going for the next few hours. I'm sorry, I'm very exhausted today, and English isn't my native language, so I just kind of ramble. Anyway, everyone, let's move to Broly. I'm not a Broly player. I've never played any version of OG Broly. I wanted to play the red one. I think that the red one is pretty cool, but I've never played any other version. So I don't see what other people are seeing in this deck. I usually just look at the archetype itself, and I think that what we have here is the ability to do stuff uninterrupted. So, did they already remove the site? No, they haven't removed the site. It is still there. It is still there. Go to the description below. We have just double checked. So, here's the thing. The ability to do things uninterrupted. As long as you keep swinging at your opponent's battle cards, they can't counter. Your effects will trigger. You will KO their things because you have, 30k guys, 60k, depending. Okay, so you're not gonna swing 60 at them, but still. So, that's one thing. You have the guy which can swing and deal just damage. Just deals damage. Uninterruptible. That's awesome. However, there is one thing about this deck, which I've noticed when we were doing the breakdowns for it. Your turn is you play Broly, you activate main Paragus, you get your not bad ring. Oh my god, that would be. You get your Broly's ring, and then you swing with your leader. You pay 1, you get rid of the Broly's ring, and then you bring in the 6-drop, and then that 6-drop has to die. And I think this is where the deck breaks, because the first time when you play it, it gains critical, just the first time, and then it can attack, it can restand, it does cute things. But the entire second half of your chain, which is getting your dormant legend out, getting your 4-drop out so that you can go into the big guy later in the game, it all depends on your 6-drop dying. It solely depends on that, because when it dies you get to play dormant legend and everything else, and it is a big scary beater. It is 30k critical for 1 turn, and then it's just a 30k single strike guy. You don't have ways to give him double strike, you don't have ways to give him other keywords. He's just chilling there and he needs to be KO'd. His attacks cannot be countered as long as he's swinging at battle cards, but the moment he swings at leader, you just counter him with anything. That kinda stops the idea of the entire Broly chain. Not dead in its tracks, but what it causes is it creates a scenario where you need to either swing with your leader, because you can't get rid of your 6-drop. So you either have to swing with your leader, get rid of it, bring the dormant legend out, and from that point you can either play a Broly, play Paragos for free to replace the dormant legend, to play the 4-drop. You're already spending 1 energy. Everything that I'm telling you now, you're already spending 1. Yeah, so but the idea is that you're spending 1, or you are spending 2 to play the Z battle card to KO everything and then start everything all over again. The point that I'm trying to reach here is that as long as your opponent it just flat out doesn't touch your 6-drop, as long as they're like, yeah, you know what, I'm okay with this 30k single strike being on the field, you're stuck. You're just stuck. Like, that's the problem here. So I don't think that this version of Broly is going to be super competitive. I don't think that this one is going to be super competitive. I was told that the OG Broly is much better with this engine. Like, much better, especially because the leader can KO the 6-drop much easier and much more consistent. Donated 50. Platform did not like my card, Damien. Thank you, Jakub. Thank you for donating, my friend. Thanks so much. Every little bit helps, guys. Guys, we have already gathered $110 for this. Thank you so much. With only 26 viewers, thank you so much, everyone. So, I don't think that this one is going to be competitive. I think this one is going to go in Rogue. I think that other Broly archetypes, mainly OG Broly, is going to be much better with this engine. I think it's just a matter of time before players realize, hey, if I just don't touch the 6-drop, the entire thing dies. However, there is a Paragos promo card. It has field keyword in it. We don't know how it will interact with the deck. We will see. Now let's move on to the ones that I really didn't research that much. Yeah, let's move on to Goku first. So, it allows you to cheat in skillless beaters. Very, very well. You can get like vanilla 30k guy out. That's awesome. It's basically Kid Ku rebooted. The old Black Leader, the OG Kid Ku rebooted. I think it's a cute one. It has some things that I'm not super hyped for. You can't give your cards, skillless cards, skills. So there is no double critical barrier, there's nothing. If you could give them barrier, oh my god, if you could give them skills, you could be playing the sauce. And the sauce is what I play in Chilled. Yes, I play yellow Chilled. Yeah. There is a Gohan from the anniversary box. From the last anniversary box, he has Activate Main For 1 energy, he is 1 energy. Activate main is for free. You give your leader skill permanent. All your skillless cards have barrier. If you could do that, that would be insane. Unfortunately, as far as I recall, what this leader does, he doesn't do that. As far as I recall, he says no skills at all. I'm just going to double check, but I'm pretty sure that he says no skills at all. Actually, I just have the awakened side here. 1 second. Yeah, I think he's just no skills at all, period. So that's a bit of a problem. Like, you can get like big beaters out. Yes, it is fun. It is pretty fun to like cheat in a 30k guy and just swing at your opponent. Yeah, of course, please give me more of that. But I don't think that this one is really going to do much. I'm so sorry, Goku fans. I think that it's gonna be cute, but no. What this one is going to do is it's going to give Apeku a phenomenal Z extra card. It's gonna give Apeku so much power, this one. But yeah, leaders for locals, it's cool in theory, but otherwise it seemed like it would be hard to make it competitive. Yeah, Kitku, yeah, Colin, I absolutely agree. Yeah, your skillless battle cards can't gain skills for the game. If that one was different, if just that line was different. By the way, we're gonna have a very special guest tonight. Philip Tarpini, the world champion, is going to be joining us tonight as well for a discussion on the meta game and stuff. So yeah, Philip, if you're watching this, I will contact you once we're done with the tier list. Anyway, grazie miei amici. So this one, I think that it is locals. I think that this one is for locals. So I'm sorry, guys. When it comes to Baba, so let me scroll up. What did the Spira say? Baba tier 5, you need to read opponent's cards. Well, you know, there is an argument to be made that card text is just a suggestion. I think we're seeing more and more of that one. But now, yeah, I think that I love Baba when it comes to design. I think that Baba's design is phenomenal. I think that Baba is one of the most fun leaders ever made. It's super flavorful. Like, you look at your opponent's top deck, you arrange it. Unfortunately, I don't think that the payoff is that good, because cards that you get for guessing the cost on the cards on the top of the deck, they aren't cheated in. You just draw them, and then you still need to play them. Like, yeah, they're cheaper, but you still need to play them. You're still committing a lot of resources here. I am slightly biased because Helku is one of my favorite decks, and I used to play Miracles when I played Magic competitively. So whenever I can do something with the top deck, yes, please, I'm gonna do that. I like it. I like the design. I don't think that it is any good. Let's say it like this. The design is awesome. The deck itself, yeah, I think that this is one of those which go into the locals tier. Yeah, I know, like, it should go to tier 5 because you need to read your opponent's cards. Can you imagine how long some tournaments are going to, some rounds are going to last for because of this? Because, I mean, like, I'm really stretching when I'm saying this, but if I played at an event and I was facing a deck that I have no idea what it does, like, if I was facing, like, Tcgmetalz or the other old Janemba, which isn't the mill one. No, not that one. If I was facing the one from like BT12 or Paikuhan, man, I wouldn't know what to do with Baba. I would be... if I faced Paikuhan with Baba, I would just fold. Because, like, I'm not reading novels every time I use her effect. Nah, Baba for sure gets in locals tier. I'm gonna be topping locals with that garbage. I know, Tom, you're an expert at topping with garbage, except when you play Magenta. except when you play the boss. That's fine. I'm missing Gogeta on the list. It's really killing me right now. Fu. Let's talk about Fu. Okay, so there is a lot of comparisons between Fu and Dark Broly, and I can see them. Top locals today with the boss. Congratulations. Just like showing respect for the boss. Fu is similar to Dark Broly. Yes, that is true. Fu is similar to Dark Broly. Then again, there are some differences here. It's close. I would say that it is pretty close. But the thing with Fu is that the thing with Dark Broly, his beaters were 30k. His beaters did like everything on the planet. You could have just cheated them out for free, just toss them like crazy. But Fus are like, they're 20k combers. They do the things the Dark Broly's ones did, but it's more fair. Let's say it like that. It's fair. It's balanced Dark Broly, basically. The issue with balanced Dark Broly is, it's not, we're not really looking for balanced things when we're talking about top of the meta. I still think that cheating all of these combers in is phenomenal. I think that it's phenomenal. I think that you can pile on a ton of pressure. They're not 30k beaters. Thankfully, they're not 30k beaters, but they're 20k beaters. At worst, they are baseline as high as highest Z leaders. And all of them do something. And you can just cheat them in. I'm still not sold on the full cards and figuring out what's the idea here. But yeah, when it comes to combers, yeah. Where is Fu going to land? Well, this one is complicated. I don't think that Fu is going to be meta defining. Is Fu going to be competitive? Maybe. I think it's definitely higher than Rogue. So, crazily enough, I think that this one is going to be in tier 2. Because cheating out like a bunch of 20k beaters, well, look at it like this. We have seen, last week we have seen what Yellow Baby did by just cheating in like a bunch of swings. Of course, this one had offering, but combers also have effects, right? So just the idea that you can suddenly explode and play like a billion attackers out of nowhere, very scary. When it comes to just, if you're building it just as an archetype, it's not that good. It's really not that good if you're building it just as an archetype. You will have to combine it a bit with some of the cumber stuff, but other than that, I think this one is going to be... I think it's going to be competitive at least, though it's always hard to say with black leaders. It's not really a color that's highly represented. So I don't think that it's going to be topping a lot, but it's gonna have tops, basically. It has potential to be. And now let's move to Cell, because I forgot Gogeta. That's because it wasn't Tom. Gogeta wasn't on that planet. Tom, explain. Anyway, Cell Max. Cell Max is phenomenal. Now, you might be thinking like, okay, Damien, but like this deck, it has 2 cards in it. Freak, it's leader, Z extra, 8 drop. That's everything that you have in the archetype. Yes, that is true. We are getting an 8 cost promo as well. Damien says, I still don't know why Fu isn't considered Demon Realm in this game. Yeah, and that is interesting. So you have a couple of cards for the archetype, but I think that's really everything that you need. it's going to... I think Cell Max is very close to generic good stuff red in a way. Like he's not a generic red leader in a way that he doesn't do things that you usually do. He just kind of comes and negs by himself things, but he draws every time you neg anything for any amount. And I think that just drawing to neg anything for any amount is super strong. 1 second, guys, we have 40 viewers. 40 viewers came here. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Fundraiser stream. I'm just going to quickly stop with the tier list to bring up the raffle rules. So, link to the GoFundMe is in the description below. Go check out the link. We have multiple reward tiers. We have some awesome rewards. We will have a raffle at the very end of the stream. Important, if you are donating, very important, you need to type in the chat, donate the amount that you have donated and your name. That's the way that we can filter through donations when it comes to the raffle, so that we can keep track. It's open to all regions, free shipping, it's for a good cause, and yeah, we have some phenomenal prizes. We really have some. You can win the Battle Hour pack. If you donate $50, you are in the raffle for the Battle Hour pack. Sealed, all free cards. Thanks for helping everyone. Every little bit helps. Thanks for helping everyone. So, jumping back in, Cellmax, you build it red and blue, and then you just neg everything. You draw a billion cards with him. You pretend that you're playing Cooler Mill or something. Just neg. Even if you do like very jank things. Thank you, Cody, by the way, for letting me know about these things. Like you put Planet M2. Just, for example, worst case, you put Planet M2. You draw every single turn. The real beater in this deck is just ask yourself what happens when you get to free energy and play Jiren. Because Jiren is suddenly one of the best cards in the game. Like, he has double strike, he's huge. He negs, he draws you a card every turn, like, it's stupid. So I think Cell... Where does Cell land? I think Cell lands... Well, anyway, not here. So, I think that Cell is definitely better than Gohan. I don't think that he's meta-defining, I think that Cell is just competitive. It really depends on how you build it. It really depends on how you build it. What's your win con, basically, and yeah, which route are you taking to get there? Because like it's very open-ended, very customizable. So I think tier 2. Now the one that I forgot to add, the one which wasn't on Deck Planet, so I didn't download it. Shame on me. Is Gogeta. So you will just have to listen to me ramble about it. I'm sorry. If Cell, let's pretend that this is Gogeta. Let's do that. So Cell is now Gogeta. I think Gogeta is one of the craziest archetypes that we have seen in a long time. I think Gogeta is bonkers good. Here's what it does. So it has Aegis. Its boss monster has Super Barrier, not the same one that the other Gogeta had, but it is Super Barrier. It just flat out can be removed, which is great because you need it on the field turn 5 to win. So turn 4 you just play it and it survives until turn 5. The big thing with Gogeta is if you get your opponent, if you get to turn 5, which will, because you're blue-yellow, like the best color combination in the game, if you get to turn 5 and your opponent is on 3 lives, you win. Like, there's no discussion. You just flat out win. That's it. You go into your Z leader, you swing, you have to have Soul Punisher out. Your opponent is like, oh well, negate. You pay 5 for counter monkey. You use your activate battle, restore 2 energy, pay for your Z extra card. Now you're 30k triple for free, basically, guaranteed hit, and then you just dump hand. Like, Gogeta is stupid. Gogeta is so good. I'm so happy that Gogeta is phenomenal. So yeah, once you get to 5 energy, if your opponent is on 3 lives, it's almost like you have Victory Strike can't be countered. Like, you just flat out win. And that's the scary thing about it. That's really the scary thing about it. Every single time Gogeta does this. Every single time Gogeta does this, except in green. Well, even the green one was pretty good before the loop ban. So yeah, I think that if Cell, let's pretend that Cell is Gogeta. So, hey Scott, hey buddy, I'm sorry you had to see this. Yeah, I don't think that he's gonna be meta defining. I think he's gonna be competitive. We will see him top. If Cell was Gogeta, he would be in tier 1. So Gogeta and Gobros, by far the best decks. Then tier 2 competitive, we have Hedo, Fu, and Cell, because Cell is phenomenal. Trust me, Cell is phenomenal. Tier 3, why is Fu tier 2? No, make you look away. Make you look away. Tier 3, yeah, I think this is fine. I think this version of Broly won't do much. The OG and the other Brolys will do much better. Gohan, and then tier 4, not Mil, Janemba, Kid Ku, and read a lot of cards. So yeah, this is the tier list. Damien, I thought we were friends. Justice for food. Milos will kick you for food. Okay, I'm giving into peer pressure. Please, don't come after me. Full tier 1 then. There we go. Everything is correct with the world again. Yeah. And this is it for the tier list portion. We will be going into a very short break after I bring up the Raffle screen once again. And then I have to check with our guests when and how they're coming. We should first have Peter Dance and Big Annotation talking about competitive Dragon Ball and preparation for tournaments and meta picks and stuff. So while we are still on this screen, before I go and contact them, Raffle. Anyway, if you're just joining us, this entire stream is dedicated to help raise money to Chris from TCG Metalz. He makes the best metal leaders in the game. He's an awesome person, huge figure in our community. Him and his family tragically lost not just their home, the half of the town is gone from what I have seen. Your entire life has changed overnight. So we're doing this to help them. And if you donate, to incentivize you to donate, we are going to have a raffle at the very end of the stream in a couple of hours. We have multiple reward tiers. You can find everything in the description below. It's important. Just one thing that is important. After donating, type in the chat, donate the amount and your name, so that we can keep track when it comes to the raffle. The raffle is open to all regions, plus free shipping, so anywhere in the world, free shipping, and basically every little bit helps, guys. Every little bit helps. Let's come together as a community and help Chris and his family. Yeah, every bit helps, and we have some awesome rewards for donating $50. You can get the Battle Hour pack sealed. All free cards. That's like $400-$500 according to eBay. So and it's for a good cause. We have packs, playmats, everything. Thank you. By the way, I need to make a shout out to Scott. Shout out to Scott from Players Guild for donating the Battle Hour pack for this raffle. Thanks God so much. And shout out to Eggman as well for donating a bunch of packs, and to Jakub from Sklepivnički for donating a bunch of playmats. So yeah guys, go spread the word around. Let's help Chris, let's help his family, let's raise some money for them. We have already raised $110. Scott just donated 20 as well. Thank you, Scott. So that's $130 donated gathered so far. Thanks everyone who donated. You guys are awesome. You guys are really awesome. Now we're gonna jump briefly into the break screen while I contact Peter and Big O, and then we will be back in like 10 minutes with them discussing preparations for events and stuff like that. So don't go anywhere. We will be back very shortly. I just need to find the break screen now.
So like first cast.
Hi everyone, we are live again, and I'm super excited to say we have three amazing guests. Philip Tarpini, the world champion himself, Peter Dance, and Big on Notation, the second best player in the world. Like, the entire team is here, guys. We're gonna be talking about the upcoming metagame and everything, but first off, guys, thank you so much for joining in on this very special stream. How are you doing, guys?
I'm pretty tired, but I'm fine. I'm glad that you invite me for this stream because I mean it's a good cause. I'm really glad I can help you and I can help with this thing that happened. So I'm happy to be here.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think me and Peter are both sharing that sort of sentiment, especially the tired part with fight night last night going a little bit later than we expected.
Yeah, it was incredibly late. We thought, because me and obviously Ollie were talking before the event, and we're like, it starts at 11 our time. We thought if each round is about an hour, because two players before me, and then obviously after me was Ollie. So we're like, okay, so it'll be about 1-2 o'clock maybe when my game starts, and then say 3 for Ollie's, which would be a kind of normal-ish time to go sleep. And then obviously we had the regionals today, which starts at 9 o'clock our time, but it did not work like that. No.
I can't wait to watch it.
Yeah, the first round was like nearly 2 hours, I swear. And then the second round was about an hour and a half. I don't know if you remember what time your game started, Ollie, but it was probably at least.
I think it was about 4.
It was probably about 3 o'clock for mine, because mine were just done quick. Mine was just like, I need to go.
I'm looking forward to watching this. I hope that, no spoilers, I hope that Ollie, you have avenged us. I hope that you have avenged us. But yeah, thanks guys for joining in. We will be talking about the upcoming metagame. That's how things are going to change. Donated Rita, thank you Rita for donating. So, but before we begin, I just want to say something, because I didn't have a chance to tell this to Peter. Peter, I am sorry for the abrupt way that your redemption arc ended. You put up a good fight. No one would have imagined green Frieza cosplaying as Green Cooler. No one would have imagined that.
It was crazy. I sided out for the mirror match for obviously yellow versus yellow. So I there were certain cards I didn't have, and then when he charged this first card, which was a green, I was like, what the hell? And then I was like happy, because I'm like, okay, it's not a mirror match. And then I'm like sitting here thinking, okay, what floodgates is he gonna have? I'm thinking, and then it's like, it's weird because all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, he doesn't have Sin, he doesn't have this, no bloodlust to worry about. But then I'm like, well, what do I need to worry about?
Yeah.
And yeah, looking back, I mean, it was the first time I've ever experienced that kind of setup. I mean, I remember Lemon and Lime like way back in the day, but that was obviously completely different. So now I know the win condition, because this is again the strength of best of one, isn't it? It's like where you can take a deck like that and do incredibly well, but it's like if it was best of 3, game 2, I would know what the hell it's trying to do. But no, it was unfortunate, man. It really was. So now there is a French event and an Italian event next in 2 weeks' time.
Oh.
Kind of like, can I make it to one of them? And
watch out, Philip. Peter Dance is coming.
I want my Invoker leader, man. So I think I'm gonna go France, because when I looked at Italy, it was really expensive, and yeah, of course, Philip being over there, I don't want to show him up over in Italy, do I? So if I go France, I get to deal with them instead. But no, the French players are good anyway. I mean,
if I get my papers renewed on time, then I'll probably try to get to France, because like Belgium is super close to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I looked at the prices today, and it seems doable. I just got to work out. I mean, I've got the time off work anyway because I had it off because I was considering going Italy. But now I know France is there, and that'd be different.
So the way that this is structured is actually pretty cool because I just did a very guessy tier list, let's call it like that. So now I have some of the best players in the world here talking about what the upcoming metagame is gonna be looking like. So
them two. I'm just here as a glorified
and Peter Dance. And Peter Dance.
Don't put me in that. Put them two. They're proving it. I'm just here to.
Peter Dance, the best Invoker player in the world. Out of the two of them, he's the best one. So
yeah, there's only me and Legends. We're the only ones that play it.
Yeah. So take it away, guys. Let's start with the first question. I know what you might be saying, like, okay, what can be the best deck coming out of BT22? What is the worst deck coming out of BT22?
Can I start?
Go ahead.
For sure, Baba.
Yeah,
Baba.
I was gonna say Baba as well.
Baba
I think.
is garbage. I mean, it's my first impression, but I think Baba can do nothing in that competitive scene. Maybe it can win some locals and can win some little events, but in a long round event like 6 or 8 rounds, I don't see a Baba going first place. But I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah. I don't remember what Baba does other than rearranging the top cards of the deck.
Yeah.
And if I don't remember what it does, then I'm assuming that it's just not very good.
Yeah, pretty much it does a lot of the archetype. So it's like the red one, the bandages and stuff, but instead of dying, you search them based on. So you look at the top card, and then let's say it's 1 cost. You play another card, and then if you guess the top card correct, which you will because you know what it is in terms of cost, you then get to play the next version or get the next version. Then you kind of go up the chain. So the good thing is you can like find it, but it's going to be a fun deck, and that's it really.
Yeah.
Huge shout out, by the way, when we were talking to Baba. Huge shout out to Espira, who jumped in later in the chat and said Baba is the worst deck because it makes you read your opponent's cards. So, and as Dragon Ball players, we don't read often. So
Baba's gonna be real fun to play over webcam as well, I can imagine.
Yeah. It's like, can you tell me what this does? Like. Anyway, okay, so let's move to the easier one. So, the best deck coming out of BT22.
I think this is trickier.
Yeah, I mean, I've read basically all of the cards, and for me, the 2 best deck probably are Blue Gogeta. He seems pretty good. He has the best combo color of the game, blue and yellow. So I'm hyped for that leader. And the second best one, probably Kidku, the skillless one. I really like him. For me, it's pretty good.
I was gonna say Gogeta and Fu, but I'm definitely biased with that second pick.
Yeah, I'm not sure about, like, don't get me wrong, Gogeta looks sick, but I definitely think the skillless Goku, and I don't know, I'm kind of got a soft spot for Fu, but that's because I've been waiting 20 million years for a Fu leader, and I'm not really a fan of Gogeta, like, as a character, so I don't know, but like Philip said, it's the 2 best colors, blue, yellow. It's like you like,
yeah,
next to blue, red, of course.
Yes.
But I think Gogeta will probably end up being the best deck from the format, but I think Goku and Fu will be very close, or close seconds, if you like.
Yeah, I think like my pick is, I think definitely Gogeta, because when you get to turn 5, if your opponent is on 3 lives, you win. You just
the triple strike.
yeah, monkey activate battle restand 2 50k triple strike baseline. So that's crazy. But like I have high hopes for green. I have high hopes for Go Bros to draw like 1 billion cards. and then do something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, green is good for sure because the new Goten leader has a really, really strong interaction with the pot. The one when you bring back a little weenie one cost, you just draw another card. So that's a thing to consider. But I saw the cards of Gogeta, and he even can KO the field. So it's gonna be tough, I think, for green. But who knows? I mean, green is known as the best color to beat yellow. So it's a natural counter for that color. So probably it will be tier 2 for sure. And it depends even on the ban list, because if Ringon didn't get touched, probably Ringon will be the best green deck to play, even in the new set.
Funny enough, just to jump in with the ban list, I know me and Ollie touched on it earlier when we were talking about meta way before jumping on here. We were thinking like, what are they actually going to ban? And at the moment, I don't think they're going to touch anything. I think the only thing, I know we're probably jumping into a different conversation slightly. I do think at some point they will do something about super combo looping, because obviously Frieza started to do it now. I know, fair enough, it's a little bit more.
It's a little bit tricky.
Yeah, it's a more of a hoop to jump around, so to speak. But we're getting to the stage now where, I mean, technically, funny enough, I mean, I played Dende Wish last night, but obviously back in the day, you can shuffle in your super combos with the one-drop Bulma, but I mean, that's slightly different because you're shuffling into your deck. But we're seeing more and more decks having super combo looping of some kind. Fair enough, Frieza's a bit more extreme because it requires more of a setup, but I do think we're going to get to that stage where they're going to do something about them, whether or not they get removed from game instead of going to the drop or whatever, who knows. But on a slightly different thing, we were talking about the ban list, and I don't think they're going to ban anything. I mean, I don't know if you guys think anything deserves a ban. I know Gohan is doing well. Okay, I want to hear your hot take on this, but I like where we are. Obviously, I hate Android 21, and there's a few things I hate, but I mean, it's not like we're where we were in fucking Sin and SS4 days at all. So I like where we're at, but I mean, I am curious to see what you think about that, brother.
Yeah, I mean, right now the format is pretty good, but I think there is one leader in particular, which is too much oppressive, and it's Golden Frieza. He need to be he need to be banned, or at least fix it. You can just untap 2, or you untap 1, or you ban the leader. It's too good. It's too good of a deck.
Stop banning Friezas, man. I love Frieza. I love Frieza. Leave him alone.
Nah, I think they should adjust Friezas to just untap 1 energy back and front, and maybe nerf something on the green side. I will be with the 8 cost, just not give him barrier. For me, it's fair enough. But if you want to kill completely the deck, which I don't want, just make the field to pay 1 to play the guys, and the deck is gone.
Yeah, I do think I agree with that Golden Frieza take, honestly. Just because I hate pizza, personally.
I mean, I'm a yellow player. Yellow is the best color in the game, but Golden Frieza is not healthy.
Golden Frieza is very strong.
Yeah,
I would personally really like to see something done to Android 21, just because it's not a good deck. I'm not gonna lie. I don't see it as a good deck, but people play it enough, and especially the X Gamma players will play it enough that you just can't play like the fun blue decks in a tournament anymore.
I mean, the only problem with that deck for me is the secret. The secret is just insane.
The secret is crazy, yeah.
The only problem is the secret rare. The rest of the deck, I think it's pretty fine. It's strong, but it's not unbeatable. It's not tier 0 deck. But the secret rare, it's wow, best secret rare in the game. You just pay free, go on Unison, pass, Pay 4 secret. Okay, I can scoop. GG.
I think that well, yeah, I don't think that if we remove Frieza, I think that everything else is fine. I wouldn't touch anything right now. If we really need to remove Frieza, well, I'm sorry, Peter, I'm going to join their camp, and you know that I love Frieza, just because, and I even discussed this with Scott during the stream today. Frieza is when he it's one of those leaders that's better over time, right? But now we're like 22 sets in the game, so and he's already so good, and he's just gonna keep getting better. So at some point you just have to stop.
Yeah, and in a way also it limits design space with future Frieza's Army printings. Like you look at the Frieza swap stuff, and they had to add an extra yellow cost to all of the swaps and have the leader permanent, like reduce the swaps, so that it can't be used in decks like Golden Frieza, because that would just get abused to like crazy levels.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that. It does limit a few things. You know what I mean? It's a set one leader, man.
Limited leader to 1. That's right, Peter. Limit leader to 1, and that's it.
I think
it's a set 1 leader, and it's still the best yellow leader in the game. So clearly, it's not healthy.
I think the problem is it's a combination of everything, isn't it? It's like his engine is very small, and his engine fuels the deck. You know, the all draw one, and obviously with the awakened side, it all untaps too and stuff. And then you've got like the higher dragon unison that was never built for that deck at all.
Yeah.
And that is just then crazy value. You've got this new 5-drop where you can target your leader, and play it out. You know, that is not built technically. Well, it's not built for that deck. It's built for the Frieza swap. However, it's now abused in set 1 because of how good it is. And then it's little things like because Riposte is obviously Frieza, you can then kill that. So it's like it is a combination of things, and yes, could go back to that limits design space. And yeah, it is a little bit strong, but I think at the same time, I think if all of a sudden like I think you could hit it without banning the leader, and I think I don't want to see the untap touch, because I think if it was untap 1, I wouldn't touch it personally.
Just remove the draw on swing on the backside. No more draw power.
It will still be broken as fuck. So
no, you are right. It does limit, and I guess ultimately that's where we know that eventually Frieza will get banned, because when you have a leader that does limit design space, many times we've seen it before. Obviously, Bandai use that as an excuse to ban certain cards and certain archetypes or leaders. You know, we've seen it multiple times before. So it is safe to say that, you know, if they're hoping to bring out more Frieza cards, at least it's Frieza, which, you know, if it was a Saiyan, it probably would have been banned by now. But I think that there is a potential there that somewhere down the line, and also just to rant about Frieza, as we saw today, he can be green and perform equally as well. So that means even if they brought out a heavy red Frieza archetype, as long as they tick the box of, you know, the Frieza army clan, depending on what card support you want, it will all of a sudden tick that box to let you untap. Because again, you know, it doesn't care what color it untaps as long as you kill the right target. So again, you could have a black version that comes out tomorrow. If it was as long as it's a full archetype that it could abuse. So yeah, for that reason, I guess we will see it banned, but I would like it not.
Yeah, I think okay. So let's say assuming, let's just all assume, because we are on the same page, that Frieza might have to go. Assuming that Frieza goes, and that's the only change in the ban list, what decks do you think will go up? Do you have any ideas for leaders that might go up going into the next meta game, or like what might be taken down a notch with BT22 coming into play.
I mean, if you ban Frieza, you can basically play every other yellow deck, because right now, if you play a yellow deck that isn't Frieza, you're just making the wrong pick, probably. Frieza is just that good that why do I have to play another yellow deck if I can play Frieza and untap 2 energy in yellow, which is not fair.
True.
And I played Frieza, but it's too good of a deck.
Yeah. So we're currently in the situation where a lot of people 2 weeks ago, a lot of players would say that the metagame has been solved, the current one. And then we saw Oli coming with Shroom and Salsa, with Mikey just putting Shroom on the map. Shroom also topping again today. So there's still a lot of decks to discover. So,
really good pick, actually. Shroom and Salsa.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I think me and Mikey have been working on that one for a good while.
I think it will be good for set 22 because against Gogeta.
I genuinely think Shroom Salsa set 12 is a tier 1 deck next format, because right now its main tough matchup is against yellow in general. It's tricky, but Majin Vegeta is the one matchup that I find like unfavored specifically.
Okay.
And the new Cumber just gives barrier removal to black, which is the main thing that I was struggling with, and the reason why I had to side a shit card like Black Smoke.
Black Smoke is a good card.
Black Smoke sucks so much. But this new Cumber is like, you can combo one off early on and then just draw off leader, and then later on you just go, okay, pay 1 Cumber, warp your Sin, warp your Goku Z battle card, which you just couldn't do before, and the deck would just crumble against those 2 cards.
Yeah.
But on the same note, that's what's also so great about our game. Just one card comes out, and all of a sudden an archetype is potential. And sometimes, like with Toa, they put again, I don't know what Bandai was thinking, but maybe they thought, okay, this is Deborah support, but in fact, it ended up being set 12 Shroom support. You know what I mean? And it's same with the Z battle card. The anniversary one, that was built for Deborah. Fair enough, it's got some other usage, like as in Shroom, but like, you know, that's why the auto is for Deborah swap. But it's good, and I think that's what it is. It's like when you see these new cards, you have to look like the Brawly one for yellow. It's good. It's not enough to push it over, but maybe there is a build where it does. I think that's sometimes where people don't experiment enough, and I'm definitely guilty of that, where it just requires sort of a one card, and then I think the anniversary, I know I'm jumping the gun a little bit, but just talking the same thing, I think that's where like anniversary bot will shake the meta up. I mean, that's due in October, so it's a little bit after the next set, but I think we'll probably see a real shake up in anniversary box, but that's obviously much further ahead.
Yeah, I'm very excited for the next set. You know, like I think that we're looking at one of the best sets in a while.
Yeah,
like
for
almost
sure.
everything is good except, like, I'm sorry, Peter, what happened to Janemba? Like, that's
Janemba seems pretty fine.
I want it to be mill, no mill cards.
Stop being toxic.
You really got trolled by that spoiler. You really got trolled.
David, I hate you. I saw that windmill and I was like, yeah. Well, everybody was. It wasn't even just me. But just that little bit of hope. Just
Little
one
bit of
mill
hope.
card. Just that. Again, Janemba's an example. I mean, I played it set 5 to set 9, and I play it now and again, and I love the deck bits. All I need is a little bit of love, and it's just like Invoker. I just need a little bit of love. That's it, and then and then I can dominate with it. But I will say, the SPR Janemba looks hot. Anyone that I really wish
it's the best CPR of the set.
I really wish I could have that card in normal blue decks. You know, like how a lot of them are. You know, if your leader's blue, this one sadly is if your leader's Janemba. But that SPR, absolute gorgeous, and I really, really, really wish I could run that in an actual deck. But
I recently saw the SPRs and like my out of the blue ones, but I like the Janemba. My favorite is Gogeta because he's just in this position and like the look in his face is like, yes, you're fucked next turn. So like, I'm like, yeah, this one.
I won't repeat the words Mert used, but it was along those lines a little bit. I like Mert's way of describing that look. But yeah, I'm just looking at the real life picture again of Janemba. It's so nice.
So I wanted to ask, for this metagame that we're currently in, after Gogeta, Insane, and Gamma got banned, thankfully, were there any leaders going into this current metagame that you have expected to perform well or try or try them out and then were just surprised that like, hey, this isn't really working out, you know? For example, there was a lot of hype that like Universe 7 Goku is going to now come back as red deck, as the next red deck, and if trying it out, it just didn't do anything. Like, it just didn't perform well. Have you had any thoughts and picks on something that like looked like it will have potential, but unfortunately, yeah, didn't?
I'll jump in with the opposite.
Yeah,
Black for me is overperformed. Like Petrification has just like, to me, is the reason to play Black. I think there's certain cards that have gone up or down in value in terms of how good they are. And even I've been playing Black. You know, I played Black Trunks Xeno. I did play Shroom. Not as much success as this man here, Ollie, but I did play it. And the reason I would play Black now is because I feel Petrification is one of the best cards in this meta. Obviously, it's amazing against Gohan. It's, you know, it's just... it's because there's a lot of boss monsters now that are in where, you know, that it just stops those autos, which is so important because now that obviously like Dirty Burst and what have you got touched, like if you're against Green Gohan, let's say you want to charge more than 2 energy, you know, you can stop that 8-drop burn, kill something and what have you, just with Petrification. So for me, kind of going in the opposite direction a little bit, I feel like Black is in the meta because of Petrification personally, and the matchups look pretty good for like Black Trunks and Shroom.
Yeah. Like,
I definitely agree. Petrification is a big draw to Black right now, and I've slowly gone from like 2 copies to 2 copies in the main, 1 in the side, and now I'm just running 4 copies now. It just feels like a crazy good card this format. I think in terms for a deck that I maybe overestimated would be Set 2 Vegito. I always expect to see more Set 2 Vegito in tops, but I think that's maybe because it's more of like a high roll deck. If you see the secret rare, you just like kill them. If you don't see it, it becomes like a much weaker deck.
It's all or nothing.
Yeah. For me, the one that I think I really overestimated is I thought Blue Baby was going to be so much better. Because like when you read the leader, he does his value engine, like he does so much, and then it like just didn't. Blue Baby got some top 16s, but it never really performed to the level that I thought the Blue Baby was gonna perform. I'm pleasantly surprised that Oob actually topped twice last weekend at Gen Con. So like that was a shock. But Baby, hopefully it gets better with the newest Golden Ape. Yeah, Tom. I know, Tom.
It's probably because the Americans actually charge more than 2Z energy. Or what it is. Against Oob. Oh, well, against decks that run Oob. Well, we'll see.
There goes Peter. And now I'll have to answer on podcasts why Peter hates us.
Yeah, I love the Americans. I just like poke. But no, I love you guys sometimes. Yeah. But no, I agree with, like, I think, just to jump in a little bit, it's like, Oob, the 8-drop, like I completely like wrote that card off, and it is actually good when people have 2Z energy. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say about it.
It's just like I'm gonna go on a tangent now. Like, but nah, it's fine. Tommy Crane keeps sending his regards. Thank you, Tommy, for sending regards. Anyway, yeah. So, Philip, did you had any surprises this meta game with some decks, or performing or underperforming?
I thought that maybe the red garlic was a pretty good deck, but I think I got completely baited by that one. But the leader is actually super good. You can take another turn. I think the fact that just red is in a really weak spot right now. I mean, red has nothing. He has no floodgates. He has no staple. He has nothing. The only thing that brings red in the meta is the good archetypes, and right now it doesn't even have good archetypes. So I think they need to buff red. I thought they will release a new counter attack for the red in the BT22, but I didn't see anything. So I'm pretty sad about that. But that's it. Everything else performed just as I expected. I mean, Gon was super good. I think Gon is still the best deck of the format right now. Maybe it can struggle a little bit against the black deck, but only because everyone is playing the triple strike SCR and no one is playing the Celceno. Celceno just killed black like this. I mean, you can Petri my 8-drop and lost 2 cards, and then you lost another 3 with Cell, another one with the Kaioken, and then you have to petrify another time my Cell, so I can just pass with 4 life and my huge hand advantage, and it's over. So I think that's the way to beat black with green, but everything else, it's as I expected.
That's quite an interesting take on garlic. I must admit, I never looked at garlic and thought it's going to do well.
Garlic is a good leader. It makes a huge advantage in end, but it doesn't have anything to just win the game. It doesn't have floodgate. It doesn't have any. It's red. That's a shame.
Not gonna lie, I actually forgot that was a leader that was in that set. To be fair, it's like I remember Polku, and I couldn't even think what the other red deck was. So to be fair, yeah, that shows you how much I've cared about garlic.
I mean, like, garlic is... well, I was just talking about... I was just doing a tier list and stuff, and I remembered the argument that... about Fu, also having promised that it looks like fair Dark Broly, and that's what garlic looks like, is like fair Sin, but fair in card games. Fair isn't what gets you... Fair isn't what's competitive in card games, you know? You need something like... Frieza untapping 2 energy, like Android 21 just looping your hand away and stuff like that. Like those like little cheeky interactions that can really swing the game in your favor. Yeah.
Is anyone excited for the red decks of BT22?
Yeah, me actually.
Oh, okay. Which one?
Gamma. Gamma seems pretty good. A really good aggro deck. It doesn't have any way to defend himself because red has nothing, but for the aggro part, it's strong.
Yeah.
Gamma is actually a red deck that I might even look into at some time.
It's pretty good.
It seems quite fun, to be honest.
Yeah, it has a huge offense potential. Probably you're gonna play the Pan SCR in the deck because you can take another turn. But the problem is always the same. Red miss 1 floodgate to stop the enemy turn. Every color has one, and red it doesn't. And he's not even a Saiyan, so he can play the
Opposing presence,
Yeah.
Actually, I was just checking to see what he actually was counted as.
Is he an Earthling?
Yeah, he is actually counted as an Earthling, at least. Earthling, scientist,
Red Ribbon Army.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was actually, I figured he would be Earthling, but I was like, when I clicked on him just to see what his skills were, and then I saw like a massive, and I was like, what the hell? Why has he got so many? I must admit, the Gohan interests me, but only because I like the auto Z leader aspect of it, rather than actually Z awakening. Because you've got the way of like putting a Z leader through an auto, which I thought was kind of interesting. But I won't be playing red. I mean, I'll probably be on yellow, I guess.
Ollie? Also Gamma?
Gamma seems cool. I might build it. My focus next set is definitely going to be Fu, Vegito. I think that's kind of it, to be honest. Just sticking with the black decks.
I'm thinking like for red, my choice is definitely Gamma. I think that I'm on board with Philip and with you and everyone that this deck, you have barrier you give barrier to everything. You give plus 5k. You give dual attack to everything. You play a card, and all of this is for free. You didn't waste a single energy. Like first of, you do everything for free. You don't have defenses, but just kind of give protection and then restand your entire field for 0 cost. Yeah.
What's the boss monster in Gamma?
There is Gamma 1 and Gamma 2. When it costs 1, you play him as activate battle, and then you buff something for the turn, I believe. And then on auto, he also buffs something plus 10k for the battle. Something, one is for the battle, one is for the turn. Right. He's 15k, he can buff himself. And then he also restands.
For your leader.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like that card is really good in Pan.
Yeah, it doesn't care about leader or anything. That's terrifying. Like that one is really terrifying. So that's for the red leaders. Do you guys have any other topics prepared? I'm kind of exhausting my questions here.
I don't have anything. I mean, I'm just here to chatting with you, so we can talk about everything you want.
Yep.
Let's talk about how Invoker needs support.
Peter.
Let's talk about how Invoker is a not good deck, and I don't want to see him in a future set. Never again.
So
we're talking about Android 17, yeah?
Philip confirming that he didn't design an Invoker card. There you go, guys.
For sure not.
Actually, that's a thought. When are we actually going to see your card? I'm guessing, obviously, it's not going to be this set, so I'd imagine...
BT20, maybe 4 or 5.
Oh, wow, that's far in the future.
That's a while away.
Yeah.
Because I swear if we look at when the Americans won, they won, obviously, in March, and I think we got it, 2 sets later? It didn't seem...
Yeah, 2 or 3 sets later.
It didn't seem very long, and... because I was, again, I expected yours would come out, now or maybe next set, so it would be a shame if it's, 24, let's say it's 24 for argument's sake, because then that will be in the new year, so that will, is what we got. Let's have a look.
I don't think it will come out on BT23, but, I mean, I'm not Bandai, so maybe. I think it will be BT24.
When it's 25. Time to break the game, then it's gonna come out. When it's time to break the game again.
It's a good card. It's a pretty good card. I don't know if it's gonna break the game, but it's solid.
Let's send everyone over to Fusion World.
And and it's generic. So I mean,
So we've been seeing some weird decks perform lately. Remember we saw Baby tear apart Gohan on 2 energies. We saw Hatch tear apart Gohan the week before that on 2 energies. I'm Peter is confused. You weren't watching the stream, Peter. Yeah.
Oh, it was events I was playing. Right?
Yeah,
I'm I don't remember casting these. I remember seeing the yellow Goku. That was in Oceania, maybe? No, not... Yeah, Goku. Remember the Star Deck one?
That was in Latin America. Yeah.
Latin. Yeah. So
That's
I think that was in the finals. I think he stopped at 2 energy, if my memory's correct, against Gohan.
speaking
It's-
about that. I think Apeku is gonna be huge next meta. I think that the yellow Kidku archetypes Z extra card, and you play it in Apeku, and then you just give plus 5k to your entire field.
It can
Yeah,
be
that's gonna
really,
be
really
real
good.
nice.
I mean,
Yeah.
Apeku is a super aggressive deck. If you're not able to deal with the Unison in the early 2 turns, you're gonna get destroyed probably. Everything's win for 15, 20, and he just play everything for free, so everything has barrier. It's good. It's a good deck.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that deck when it came out. Like figuring out all of the weird ways that you can get the extra draws off the Yamcha, like with the new Hercule Z battle card and everything
Yeah,
as
the new
well.
Hercule is broken in that deck.
It's so nice.
What do you guys think of this new direction that all of the leaders now have? A lot of them don't attack anymore to draw and or tutor, but not a single one of them resends energy from this set when they awaken. They just draw 2.
I mean, of course, draw 1 and resend 1 it's better for me. It's the best awaken. But even draw 2, it's pretty good. I mean, if you are able to awaken turn 1 or 2, that energy probably doesn't matter really much. So I think it's a good way to at least balance the leaders.
The thing is, they go through phases. So, like, we've seen it in the past where there'll be a load of draw 2 leaders, and then there'll be a load of awaken at 5 leaders, awaken at 6 leaders. And I think that's all it is. Like, we did see an era where it was a lot more passive leaders. So, like, the activate main draw cards, Bulma, Trunks, all through different sets. And I think it's just a way of making the game more diverse. And again, the argument between untap to draw 2, 1/1, it's all purely based on the color and the deck and how much energy it needs for stuff. Like Bulma, for example, doesn't need to draw more cards than she draws already. So an untap 2 is perfectly fine. I think, again, it depends on the deck. Like, when I'm playing Janemba, I like untap 2 because the defensive abilities I need. But if it was a 1/1, would it be stronger or weaker? I don't know. Probably similar, because it would be probably weaker sometimes, stronger in others. So, yeah, they tend to follow certain patterns where they'll just start doing a certain process or a certain awakening condition. But I did want to ask actually what people's opinions were on how the extra cards will affect Yellow going forward, naming Meki and Vegito. Because we're going to get to a stage where, like let's use Janemba as an example. He can have multiple 1-drop the extras on the field that he can tap down to pay Meki's cost, Vegito's cost. So I am curious to see how that will start affecting the game. It might not a great deal, but I am curious to see while you guys are here and see what you guys think as well, really.
I think that it's an indirect nerf of Meki and Vegito, and it will for sure be relevant because 1 or 2 more swing in a turn can just win you the game or put you in an advantage position. So I think it's pretty bad for Yellow, that thing of the Z extra cards.
Yeah, and also because like right now I don't think we've seen any way to like interact with the extra cards to actually pop them.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of a floating effect of you just get an extra swing or 2 through those floodgates because you happen to play a deck that utilizes a Z extra card.
So we need to buff Yellow right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
For sure.
By not banning set 1 Frieza.
Yeah. Actually, untap free energy.
Yeah. Z leader, untap free energy now. Z awaken for free, 20k baseline, of course.
Yeah, 5 life or less.
Yes.
On the front side.
We have a question from one of our viewers. KC3 asks, if you guys could reboot any undersupported leader, underperforming leader, which one would it be?
I think I know which one I'd go for.
Okay, I need to think about it.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go second. Ollie, you can go first.
Well, actually, it's kind of between two, but they tie into the same sort of thing. It would either be yellow Bojack or blue Bojack. Like there's no competition there. Blue Bojack doesn't really need the reboot. He got all of the dash pack stuff. It just needs a 4-cost unison that's like not Gotenks. Yellow Bojack. I think I'd go with yellow Bojack.
Okay, mine would be.
Evoker.
I'm a big fan of this deck, but mine would be Traitor Dende, or the Boo set 6, the one that plays stuff from energy. I really love both of those decks. I mean, they're very old and weak decks, but Traitor Dende has a special place in my heart as well. And actually, I'm gonna be greedy. I'm gonna name a third one, even though that wasn't the question. The Toa Anniversary Box. I'm a massive fan of that deck as well. You know, the original one where it was like activate battle, pay 1, discard, remove a keyword skill from a that one, the Anniversary Box. That's way old. So I'm gonna get greedy and go 3. So there you go. Are you thought about yours now, bro?
Maybe the first deck with which I win my first big event, so I'm gonna say Blue Bardock Crew, the one from TB3, I think it was.
Yeah.
It was one of my first deck. I bring it in the first competitive event I ever make, when the all meta was just Frieza Swap. Everything were playing Frieza Swap red, and I just came with the Blue Bardock and blast them all out. It was super fun. So I'm gonna say that one probably.
Mate, I forgot how good red Frieza Swap actually was.
It was
Like, it
broken.
was really good.
Yeah,
and the bloodlust on the 5-drop, like.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Only the first battle card, but it was pretty good.
Yeah, it's so cool.
And another leader that probably I want a reboot is Yellow Jiren, one of my favorite leader. Yellow Jiren was super fun to play.
Time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one that he doesn't die, basically.
Okay.
It was pretty fun, but in that format they were all playing the Invoker, so Burn Your Life, and we were okay. Good job, nice deck.
Oh, I want Capello Unlimited again.
I would say, well, I'm very, very biased, so I would say the first leader that I ever played and took to locals and stuff is the starter deck Knockout Strike Gogeta, the one that prevents you from using counters more than once. I really like that one. I hope that they were going to make the new one similar to it. You know, the one that bursts, and then if you have sparking 10, I believe, then you get like double, then you get plus 5k, and on 5 energy you get double strike.
Okay.
So I like that one, but one that I would love to see rebooted is I think that Towa Chaos Bringer. I've never played a lot of it, but like just reboot it and change it just a little bit, you know, like give it draw on auto, give it something that is not dead in the water when you awaken. I would love to see that.
Talking about, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the one. Okay, yeah.
I loved it, mate. I love I love any decks that I can play passive, and obviously what's better than a double strike mirror crit that warps 2 from your opponent's 3 from your opponent's hand. Like, love that shit. That's like me all over.
We have Malta asks, any theories on the last secret rare in this set? Well, I think that the last secret rare is definitely Gogeta. I can't see.
Yeah, it's the God Rare for sure.
Yeah.
No question about it.
I think the God Roar will be the red one. I'm pretty sure about it, but
Really?
I can for sure be wrong. And the secret rare, yeah, I hope it will be blue-yellow, so a bicolor secret rare. A new Gogeta or Janemba, I mean, everything is fine. I just want to be bicolor.
Either imagine a Janemba SCR.
Man, I'd be happy. It's like, then I'd have to like try and find a way to justify playing Janemba. Well, that Janemba at least, anyway. But no, I think without question, in my eyes, I said it since I knew Gogeta was going to be a leader, that an SCR will happen, and then as soon as we saw the two SCRs, in my eyes, without question, it's Gogeta as a god rare. To me,
though I think that Philip is on the right trail. I think we could see the red one with like Gohan Beast, maybe.
I think it's the red one, the god rare.
It's generic. You can play basically anywhere. That's a good thing. So.
Yeah, it's a mini Gohan and Piccolo.
Alexander asks, what do you think of the next set Fu archetype? Well, I think Oli has a lot. As the resident black player, he has a lot to say on this one.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm very excited for Fu next set. I think that it's going to be a very strong deck. I haven't put like a build together for it or anything, but just looking at the cards, it's looking solid. And like even if the archetype itself isn't good with the Fu leader, it's like indirect support for black generically, and then also Kumba, and yeah, I'm very excited for next set. Black is gonna be up there.
And I like Fu. I mean, like I say, I'm not generally a black player, but I like how I like decks that interact differently. So like playing from the energy, and obviously with Fu, it's playing stuff from you, or doing stuff from your Z deck, which is quite interesting. So I don't think I will ever play it like competitively, but I will enjoy it.
Yeah, I think that I don't play black, so I've done like some how to play. I think that I still need to publish it. I think that it is strong. I think that we can't underestimate just like playing things for free, that to do other things. Like I said, there is a lot of comparison with Dark Broly. Yes, Dark Broly's beaters are 30k, but then again, like 20k is still solid. 20k is still enough. Like, so I think you can put on a whole lot of pressure. I think that one's gonna be insane. Just to jump in, because I just remembered when we talked about leaders that need reboot, there is one, and I might still be on the Gogeta hype for everything, but there is one that it's so close, and I'm so sad that I can't make it work. There is a Miracle Strike Gogeta, it's called. It's the one that shuts down blockers and everything with when he swings. He's promo blue leader, but he has a permanent that you can play cards that cost more than 6. And then you're just locked with a weird 5-cost boss monster. Like the.
Is it a Gogeta?
Yeah, it's a blue. It's a blue Gogeta. It's called Miracle Strike Gogeta. I don't blame you for not remembering that one. I don't blame you.
What the, oh,
it's
the
the
one
promo one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it also got collectors, doesn't it? Or
It's got Mythic Booster treatment.
that's it.
Like that one was just that permanent. Just that permanent stopped it completely. What does Jeffrey say? Jeffrey says, all Rebellion Black Leader Discord are in the tank. Fu on delay, can't wait to see if you played it Scrub Games. It was the movie leader in the US.
That's interesting. That's
Anyways, I want to say that rework Red Gogeta promo that he can awaken and fire life and has double strike on backside, KO 10k or less. And that's a lot.
Oh, I liked that one. Because it had double strike, and like I say, awakened at 5. Because that also had the 8 drops that came in the pack as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it combustion or something?
Combination, maybe.
Was it that way? It was like CO something, I think. I just remember it being an 8 drop. But yeah, guys, obviously you're in the chat. Spend this time now.
Critical combination.
And we'll answer what we can.
Yeah.
Because,
So for those of us just joining us, ask your questions in the chat. We're going over them. And for the 48 viewers which are here with us, I'm just going to quickly bring up the screen. For those of you just joining us for the first time, we are doing a fundraiser for TCG Metalz for Chris and his family. You have the link to the GoFundMe is in the description below. We're gonna have a raffle at the end of the stream. We have multiple reward tiers, and just remember to participate. After donating, type in the chat, donate the amount and your name so that we can sort you for the raffle. Basically, it's open to all regions, free shipping, and we already gathered, I'm proud to say that we have already gathered over $300 for the fundraiser. $315 for the fundraiser tonight. So thanks everyone who donated. Every little bit helps. But yeah. So
that's interesting, leader. I forgot actually how good this leader was. Somebody, Jeffrey said, Demigra, the set set 4, set 3, the one that had wormhole built into it.
Yeah,
that was really cool, and it obviously had that really nice support that came in the anniversary set. The one where you discard it, burst 2, pay 2. I think you can take 2 life, and you get was it a gravy or poutine? I think it is.
Yeah, gravy or poutine.
Yeah, well, there's like multiple ones you can get. I really like that leader as well. I'm actually a fan of that because I like again going back to playing a bit differently. The fact it's got wormhole built into the leader is so cool, especially back then as well. Because you got to think that this was way before the Unison existed. I mean, this is like what, set 4, set 3, probably set 4, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
You know, this is like a long time ago. So, and I don't think we didn't have wormhole like proper again until the Unison, I guess. Off the top of my head, I don't know for certain, but so I'm a massive fan of that. That's really cool.
We have interesting questions here. So we have 2 questions. First off, Demon XL asks, what do you think is the best counter to the Golden Cooler SCR?
Bloodlust.
Yeah, for sure, Bloodlust. Or Death Blaster.
Yeah, Death Blaster, Bloodlust.
Or if you're blue, so you can't play anything on that SCR, you just need to play around it. So stay on 6 cards in hand and just throw everything on the board. Try to make pressure. It's the only thing you can do, I think. Because if you are 14 cards in hand, okay, cooler, GG.
Yeah, like you can run cards like Mafuba, but you still go down to 5 cards in hand, and then you have to play the negate. So you go down to like 4 or 3 in the case of petrification.
Yeah.
You just got to kill them before they drop it.
Yeah, well, that's why, obviously, for anyone that watched Lookout's stream earlier, I was on stream and I was against a Black Trunks. He had 13 cards or whatever in his hand. And obviously, I dropped it because I knew that even if he petrificationed it, he had 3 cards. I had
it's over.
14 cards in hand or some shit. I had all my super combos. I knew I wasn't going to die. So it's like irrelevant as hell if he it's actually better because then he's down to 3.
Yeah.
So he's lost. Golden Cooler, I think, is a bit of a stupid SCR at the moment because
it's
Golden Freeze is what's enabling it, though.
I think because we don't have enough good ways to stop it. I think yellow does, but not.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, the new Gogeta can stop it easily because it's blue-yellow, so you can just play the free cost.
Deadly Poison.
Yeah, the Frost Deadly Poison. So
yeah. That I love that card so much.
Same, great card.
But for blue, that SCR is a nightmare.
Yeah. Especially with Dirty Burst gone, it's just like there's nothing you can do.
And then Jeffrey asks an interesting one. He says, you guys have talked about banning stuff, but what card or cards do you think can come off the ban list?
Bardock.
I mean, like Bardock is a given. Bardock is not gonna do anything. So
let's have a look at the ban list, shall we?
Yeah. Let me look at it.
But yeah, the Bardock one, I remember when the 2-drop Gotenks came off, like
Mhm.
people I think lost their mind a little bit, thinking, "Oh my god, it's come off the ban list," and it's done absolutely nothing. And the same with, and now that obviously swap to activate swap, you need to reveal a valid target. You can't abuse Bardock in say Frieza or any of the other decks either. You have because you have to have a valid card. Okay, let's have a look.
Probably Shrouded can go off the ban list. I mean, it's super broken. It's a card that closed the game, but it costs 6, and if you are able to go to turn 6, 7, or 8, the game should be finished. So I think Shrouded, it's a good card, and I probably will bring him back.
I want to keep Shrouded gone. I hate that card.
Nah, Shrouded is basically a black card, but it's a yellow card. I need it.
Yes, I know. That's why I want it gone. Keep it out. It's a yellow or blue card.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that, like, as someone who ran Xenoverse twice now with like no bans and stuff, I think that everything that's on the ban list that's banned is banned for a very good reason. You know, like, I think these things are, honestly, I would still say, like Peter said, I would still say Bardock, because I think that Bardock is the only one which is just not gonna do anything. Like, it's just not gonna do anything. Also,
that's probably the only one.
Also,
Yeah, nothing else I would.
yeah,
Looking at it, nothing.
For me, I will be bringing back the Son Goku and Vegeta leader, Gogeta, but I mean, no one wants it, so okay.
Oh, okay. Just jumping in a couple of for a couple of comments that we have here. So Toby is commenting. Peter says, "I'm Toby from the game you're talking about, and I'm still not over it. The one on the stream."
Oh, hello. yeah, it's
Yeah.
again that game. Was it 2? I think it was. I think it was quite early in the day.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was 2, round 2, sorry. But yeah,
Yeah.
Golden Cooler kind of carried.
Good news is that Usman, of course. Usman is jumping in to donate a box and Judge promo level 2 of the current set to the raffle. So we will update the raffle and the description after the break screen as we are transitioning, when we transition into the other part of the stream. Thanks, Usman, so much. Yeah, we have gathered $315 so far. So thanks to everyone who chipped in. We have another question from Damon XL. Do you think cards like Turning the Tide are fair? My friend plays Cooler Meal and it's total loss for him. Turning the Tide, is that fair? Like,
I would like to see it gone.
Just
get off it. I just can't be arsed with cards like that.
I think I agree. Just because of the existence of like blue, I think it was fine around the time that Fu Shrouded got banned. I think Turning the Tide was okay around that time. I think as blue has got way better cards with like the Defending Friends and the Kaioken SCR, Beast Gohan SCR. Yeah, I'd like it gone.
And we also got to remember when Turning the Tide came out, you know, we had decks like turn 2, turn 3 decks that were killing. Now turn 6 is a very like normal thing, you know, and that's not counting any ramping or anything like that. Like, yes, we have Duran, but I hate Turning the Tide because I hate certain cards where it can just like steal a game, and if it didn't have deflect, sure, whatever, but it's got crit,
It's got Bloodlust.
Yeah, exactly. Saying Bloodlust it. Well, there it's got crit, it's got deflect. Like, just go away. I've had enough of you.
No, I think it's pretty fair. I mean, it costs 7, and you can play around it with the side deck. So, for sure, it's broken. For sure, if you're gonna get hit with turning, you probably lose the game. But it's turn 7 if you don't ramp, and you can play around it. So, for me, it's at least fair. It's not a card that should be banned.
I think the main thing about Turning the Tide, which I like in comparison to Fu Shrouded, is that with Turning the Tide, you have to have like a board alongside it or like some other threats alongside it to actually win the game. Because if you just play Turning the Tide and your opponent's on 4 life, you go swing 30k crit, swing leader in, they take a damage, they go down to like 2 life. And then suddenly you have no hand and you're at the mercy of whatever board they have. Whereas Fu Shrouded was just like a one player, can't play the game card. But I also think that Turning the Tide is just a bad player experience. And I don't think that you should have to sideboard one specific card to deal with another specific card.
Well, it's like when we had to side Thingy for Shagash. Same principle. Like
Silver bullets are just not a very...
Yeah.
They're a very roundabout way of dealing with problems.
Yeah, I just want to see Turning Tide gone. I hate it. Like, to be fair, on the same note, I don't remember the last time someone played it against me. Even though I packed Jiren every single time, and I side it in against these bloody blue decks, I don't remember the last time I ever saw Turning the Tide. So it's one of those like boogeyman things. I think a little bit. We all either hate it or we pack Jiren just because. But it's like, when's the last time we ever saw it? You know what I mean? I mean, I suppose if we go through all the blue decks, probably none of them actually have Turning the Tide anymore. Anyway,
I think that Turning the Tide was more fair a couple of sets ago, and then just like blue started getting ramp and ramp support and like more and more and more, and now it's just I remember the days of Gogeta 7 drop, so when I look at Turning the Tide compared to Gogeta, it looks funny, but I think that if blue ramp is a thing again, if blue just keeps getting more and more good stuff, and we are seeing UB SR, which is phenomenal. I think even the new Beerus that's coming out, the SR is amazing. Is a generic one. I think Turning the Tide might become a problem. Again, not problem, but more prominent at some point. Again, would I necessarily ban it? I don't think so. I think that it causes feels bad situations, but it causes feel bad situations like we have a couple of these cards. We have like a yellow counter cooler, for example. Nothing feels bad than when someone just slaps you with it. So
you know what they should do with counter, right? So let's say they wanted to keep it in the game, because the problem right now is...
Make it green.
No. Make it so it's not on leader swings, because most of the time it's where it's like a game winning. Is where you've got your Trunks double strike Gohan S or like your the Spirit
Imagine
Bomb
Vegeta blow up as well.
Exactly. So I think one thing I just thought about is because Cooler needs perhaps looking at. So I think if it gets errated to where you can't use it when your leader swings, I think that would be fine. I think actually thinking about it, that's the one thing I would like to see happen. You can't do it on your leader swing. A bit like the Boo SEO.
We have Colin asking a question. We have discussed this already, so we're just gonna be very brief about it. Predictions for the next ban list. Like I said, I wouldn't ban anything, but I think that all 4 of us landed on Golden Frieza finally going. Except Peter.
Not me.
Peter's not giving it up. Daniel says ban Dormant. Daniel, stop it. Please. Stop it. He just wants to win the next Zenkai Showdown, so he's just like ban Dormant. So but guys, I don't think I think like there are feels bad cards, but if we start banning them, then like we have to kind of spray and pray if we're gonna do feels. If we say that Turning the Tide is going away because it's bad player experience, then we need to touch Golden Cooler counter as well, and some other things that are just like you lost now.
Change that to leader. Change that to you can't use it on leader. I think that would be fine.
I do kind of like that change, because it means if you're scared of it, you can just focus down the yellow player's board, and then they have to invest energy to develop a board, and then pay 3 for Cooler.
Because 9 times out of 10, especially as yellow, you're using the counter for your leader double swing. Obviously, there's certain times when you won't, but I think if you look at if there's a way to collect the data, if you have 100 games, I'd probably say like as much as 90% of those games will be cooler on a leader swing, not on a battle card swing or unison. Like, so I think if you change it to you can't use it when your leader's in combat, I think that would solve the issue.
Yeah, probably. It's a fair nerf for me.
Yeah, see, we can at least agree on that yellow little yellow there. We're not agreeing on it.
I mean, I play yellow, but I don't wanna that fucking golden Frieza still around, so just ban it.
Osman is asking, we've also quickly talked about this, which leader would we like to see rebooted? So he says that we got cucked by Feshbinder.
Yes,
yeah, Peter knows. If it's just like not necessarily underperforming or something, I would just like to see you can reboot the starter deck King Vegeta and just slap Vegeta's lineage on it. Just please slap Vegeta's lineage on it already. Just please do that. And like Peter, if you win the world championship, make Invoker support and put Vegeta's lineage straight on the leader somehow. Just come up with something. Doesn't matter, man.
I already know a card I would create because for any people that have ever played the best TCG game in the world called Raw Deal, there's a card there called Divine Intervention, and that is what I would base the card on. So I'll tell you even what it does, right? So if I win World, or if Ollie wins, or for Billy, or anyone, this is the card you've got to make. So Divine Intervention was basically... So this would be, first of all, like an anti-mill card as well as an extra card anti. So on the overturn... in this game, when it gets milled, either through your own effect or your opponent's effect, the turn instantly ends. So obviously originally it was like, I was thinking about it when Android 21 mill was a thing, not 21, 18. So if you mill me, so let's say Janemba leader, and it would normally mill too, if that was the first card that gets milled, it stops the mill, so you don't mill anymore, and that turn ends instantly, whoever's turn it is. So even if I've got like a self-burst card, and it's like burst 5, if I burst 1 and it's that card, stops the burst, turn ends, done. So that would be on the overturn, on the mill. And then if it was in your hand, you could negate, activate battle, extra card. It'd be something along those lines. There were a few tweaks, but I think it would be a cool card because it would be the first card that would stop mill decks, both your own mill and your opponent's, and it would be the first card that would exist. And also I'd have a permanent on it where you could pack it regardless of your leader restrictions, so every single deck could have it. But maybe it's too strong, maybe not, I don't know. But that's kind of, for anyone that knows Raw Deal, the card that it would be mirrored on is a card called Divine Intervention, which had Shawn Michaels on the front, for anyone that likes wrestling.
Man, I've never heard of this game, like, ever.
The best TCG ever existed. Best game ever. We used to play it in pubs and all sorts of... Like I say, the game's died like, 10 years ago or something. But
you still have Raw Deal decks?
I do, mate. Best game ever.
You need to teach me how to play sometime, bro.
Yeah, trust me, best game ever.
Bring next time you come over, bring your Raw Deal decks. We can play some.
Was it based on like some IP or like was it its own thing?
It was WWE. Well,
Okay. So
you had all your wrestlers, but one really cool rule, and I could talk about this all day long, so I won't. But one really cool rule, they had a one leader rule. So in that game, there was no ban list because every leader was good, and they all had their own archetype. So you could only pack this card if you were this superstar, etc. And then what happened was they had a rule where you could only have one unique leader in top cut. So imagine if we had a top 8 and only one Gohan could go through. And then what would happen is, so let's say there's 3 Gohans, only the top Gohan would go through, and then it would go down. So none of the other Gohans would go through to top cut. Then it would be like set one Frieza, the first one, and so you have a unique rule where it encouraged everyone to play different leaders, but they were all on the same level. It wasn't like there wasn't really a massive power creep difference because it was a balanced game. I mean, I played the same leader for about 5 years. Which was an alternative win condition deck, and I played it for like about 5 years. So yeah, I won't talk more, but I could.
But your ramble actually inspired me to ask. So outside of Dragon Ball, right? What's your? Because you already gave your answer, but for the three of us, what is your favorite TCG? The favorite one that you've played outside of Dragon Ball?
That's tough.
Probably Yugi. I've played a lot of Yugi back in the days, and it was my childhood, so I must say Yugi. It was fun. I played with friends. I win regional. It was an amazing experience. Right now, I don't like the game. I played a little bit, but it's just not for me in this time. But Yugi was a great game.
I also played a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh growing up, and that was kind of my introduction into TCGs. I can't say the same. It's like when I played it, it was like a very good format, and a group of very good formats, luckily. But as the game went on, it just felt like it got worse and worse. So I can't agree with you that Yu-Gi-Oh would be my favorite.
Nah, Yu-Gi was a great game.
It was great for the period that I played it in, but it's a memory that I've let pass. I don't know what my favorite TCG outside of Dragon Ball is. I think I'd have to say the Final Fantasy trading card game.
That's what I had in my head when you were thinking. I was like, he's going to say Final Fantasy.
Yeah, it's very similar to Dragon Ball. It's got like very similar rules. The only reason that I stopped playing was just because there was a very small player base, but it was a game where, at least for the period that I played in, there was no like dedicated mill deck or mill archetype or anything. And I managed to create a 7-color mill deck, and actually started putting in results with it, and it was the most fun deck that I think I've ever played. It was really amazing.
I think that for me, I'm torn between two cards, and I have played weird ass card games, man. I've played some weird ass things. I have good memories with it isn't in the top, but just to describe you how weird card games I used to play, there was like a Star Wars card game developed by Wizards of the Coast, and you would have like free zone and roll dice for resources and stuff. It went for like 15 sets. Like, it was a crazy one. But to me, it's I'm torn between two. One of my favorites still is Versus System, the original one. Shout out to the 5 people on the planet who played it. Shout out to you guys. But I need to lean into Pokemon. Way back in the day, like I'm base set. I was there with base set 1 came out. Yes, I'm old, and me and my teammates, Ivan, Andrea, and Mattia, because we all grew up in the same neighborhood, we used to play Pokemon like all the time. Like Ivan and I actually competed in the finals of our nationals the first time when we had this as kids, and like it was a blast. It was during the first EX era, like just when Nintendo took over, like the first years after Nintendo took over Pokemon from Wizards of the Coast. So we used to play that one a lot, but other than that, like I think it's Versus System for me. The old one, not. If anyone knows the current one, that one is trash. Like don't play that. That's just bad.
Even with the Dog Mickey was a really fun game. I played a lot. One of my favorite actually. I don't know if you guys played some of Wizard, but was a really fun game.
What game?
Wizard of Mickey.
No.
One in the chat that was pretty good. So KC3. I don't know if you guys ever played the World of Warcraft TCG.
Yeah.
But I liked it. The only deck I remember is the Warlock deck, where I had I want to say Gladiator armor, and then there was a staff. So there was a link where I could remove, I want to say 3 spells, deal 3, heal 3. I don't know. I've got 3 in my head, and then I can use the Gladiator armor to play spells from their version of the war. I don't remember exactly, but I remember like it would play big, like 8-drop spells and stuff. And in my head, it was like Gladiator armor, but I don't know if it was something else. But no, I did touch a little bit of WoW TCG, but fortunately they killed it for Hearthstone, I guess.
Well, when you mentioned World of Warcraft, like the game was very similar towards the system. You know, you'd have like resources that you play.
I love the quests; they're really cool.
And the thing that like Versus had, for example, is all of your extra cards had a cost. Like you only pay cost for battle cards, and extra cards had a cost written on them, which is basically if you have X amount of energy, you can use them. You can use them for free, but you need to have, let's say it costs free, so it's locked behind turn free and stuff like that. It had this weird semi 3D 2 rows movement stuff. It's crazy. Darian asks, will some of you be traveling to Germany regionals next month? I know that Peter is going. You're going, yes. Peter?
I am going to be the head judge.
The head judge.
Yes, I got to get my level 3 death beams. But no, I can't wait. I look forward to seeing my German friends again. Obviously, Mert, Can, and the rest of No Heroes squad and the X9 live teammates. Mert, I stay with Mert, so he's always great, and I get to meet up with his family, and I really enjoy myself there. And I've only been to Germany once. No one really spoke English, but Mert looked after me. We got a haircut together, and we had a nice time. It was very nice. I liked it. So yes, you'll see me there. I don't think these two are going to go there because I'll be scared of the German players.
And now I got to save my funds and holiday for Zenkai Showdown 3.
Ah, yes.
Exactly.
Yes, in September. Late September, we are having Zenkai Showdown 3. And we're going to have 2 days. We're going to have Team Wars. And I know that Peter and Oli are coming. So yes.
We're gonna do a good little team. Like something that goes together, like some kind of theme. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
we're working on it.
Yeah, me and Ollie and Tom are gonna take down all you peasants.
Spreading the word of the British Empire.
I should put this, in promotional material for the event. Just Peter, like, we're gonna take you down, you peasants. Yeah.
But no, to be fair, September is going to be quite a good month because obviously we've got German regionals, we have the Raid and Trade online regionals, we have obviously Zenkai Showdown, we have, I swear there's also a French event on.
It's on the 27th, in 2 weeks. Casey...
No, I know there's that one as well, yeah.
Casey asks us, I haven't played this game. He says that all 3 of us are big reps in the Bandai community. What are your thoughts on Battle Spirits, and do you see it lasting more than a year? I've never played it. I don't think that's gonna go good.
You know what's good in October? Mill comes out in October. Then I'm gonna play it.
So, of course, Peter's gonna play it when Mill comes out. Like, yes, of course.
As soon as Mill comes out in October, I'm playing it. I mean, I know me, Ollie, and a few of the teammates. I know Andre. Shout out to him. He plays it a lot. I know Josh from Manchester plays it a lot. So it's like I've seen them play. And I know we touched it a little bit. I know you've played it a lot more than I have, but I wasn't
Yeah.
massively interested in it. But Milk comes out in October, so I'm gonna play it. So
Yeah, I'm pretty much the same. I tried getting into it around the time of when there was that big kind of event in London that was going on. That was kind of the introduction to the game, but also you can win lots of money. And yeah,
the lie.
it was. I didn't enjoy it very much. But I mean, it's the start of a new game, so I'm sure they'll introduce more interesting stuff. But once Mill comes out, I'll probably give it another go because I'm a little partial to some alternative win cons, just like Peter.
Yeah, because
Philip,
that's the thing is, well, it was like, just to touch on what Ollie just said. It was promoted as a money game in terms of, you know, and then you've got tournaments that have promos as prizes. So
yeah,
I mean, I don't have a locals for Battle Spirit, sadly. But I'm sitting here thinking, okay, so how many tournaments, if I was serious about this game, how many tournaments am I actually going to be able to play for money? Because the ones I keep seeing, outside of maybe one every now and again, all seem to be not money related.
Yeah.
I think also the idea of advertising it as the main draw to the game is that you can win lots of money. But then trying to build up a local scene for that style of game must be pretty hard because people will go to locals and then not get money for the locals. They get, you know, more cards. It can kind of create a cycle, I feel, of like people won't want to go to locals because they want to just play the game to win money, and they might play it as like a side to their main TCG. But then if they're not going to locals, they're not going to feel like they're prepared enough for the big events.
Yeah. So
for anyone that plays One Piece, I play Nami as well. That's the kind of player I am.
So guys, one last question, and this one is from Usman. He said, "Top 3 video games, go."
Top 3 video game. For me, it's pretty easy. I mean, it's Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring. So
Solved. Yeah.
I've only recently got like a decent PC within the last year, so my extent of video games right now is still kind of just League of Legends, which is not a positive thing at all.
Okay, I'm going to go through my favorites. So, I think my favorite of all time, which is an online game. So, I'm going to show my age here, because this was back in the day of 56k modems. Ultimate Online. For anyone before World of Warcraft, before EverQuest, before all that bullshit, Ultima Online, that is, and that's like my childhood there. So for me, that will always have a special place in my heart, because I was able to, and that was one of those games that I could kill people, I could loot them. There was no like safety, like, oh no, I'm, you know, you kill them, you
Toxic
loot them.
Peter just killing people,
Like,
taking their shit.
I was a PKer, so I would run around and kill people. Like, so you would be there trying to kill monsters and stuff, and I would go around and kill you.
Horrible person.
And on the same vein, which does the same thing, my brother got me into this game. I would not recommend anyone playing it because it will ruin your life, and that is Rust. Same principle with Rust. I raid people. I enjoy mostly playing with my brother when he doesn't get to play because he's busy. I don't enjoy the game as much, but Rust is another great game. So again, there's a common theme of like enjoying killing people and things like that. So maybe I need to seek help about that.
Mill players. Mill players
kill people. Yeah, that's. I don't know if I have a third one right this second. I mean, there's definitely a lot, but I would say Rust, Ultima Online has a special heart, and maybe I need to put WoW in there because again, I played that from the start. My favorite expansion was Raffle Lynch King. I love Death Knights, so
yeah,
maybe World of Warcraft, but again, it's all pretty much online games. Yeah, I'd probably say those 3 if I was to name 3.
I would say, wow, top 3. I was trying to think of something all the time while Peter was commenting
Making a
here.
lovely picture.
Yes, like showing us the dark side of mill players. Anyway,
Well, there is also some other dark sides, but we don't talk about those now.
yeah. Well, I'm a numbers person, although I suck at math horribly. So I more gravitate towards strategies where I can take my time and think. So I would say that for me, very high up there is Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Like, I have played it forever. Like, it's amazing.
Magic was a good game.
And other than that, like, I love Frostpunk. I have so many hours in Frostpunk. Like, any strategy city builder where I have to do something or just flat out die is my thing. Yeah. Darkest Dungeon. Nina is whispering Darkest Dungeon in my ear. Yes, honey. And the other thing that I love is hack and slashes, action RPGs. And I'm going to reveal how old I am, and I'm going to say that my favorite hack and slash RPG is actually Titan Quest. And that's an old one. Like, that's really an old one. We just got a sequel recently, like at least announced. So it's a crazy case in the game development. It's a game that was supported for 17 years after it came out. Like, that's insane. Anyways, guys, these are top video games. These are our lovely guests. So before we say goodbye and jump into the next section of the stream, I'm going to once again remind you, everyone, that we are here to gather money for TCG Metalz, and that we also have a raffle going on right now. Go check link in the description below. We have some awesome prizes. If you can donate anything, every little bit helps. If you want to participate in the raffle after donating, type in the chat your name, amount, and the word donate, so that we can filter people out at the end of the stream when we do the actual raffle. So thanks, guys, so much for joining me on this very special stream. Anything left to say to the audience? No, okay, yeah, that's fine. Don't blame me. Stay away from Mill.
I was playing other people because I tend to speak too much, but
yeah.
Okay, I'll say my and everyone can finish. But no, obviously, thanks everyone that supports the Lookout. Both obviously when we're casting, both things like this where we're doing community things with obviously Fund Me. Thanks for everyone, asking questions, along the way, and thanks to my lovely 2 people here that's decided to join as well, Ollie and the world champ that once set one Frieza man. So, yeah. But hi guys. And,
I'm sorry.
Go to be -2, baby.
-2.
See ya.
Yeah, and stay away from Mill. It makes you kill people in video game and steal their stuff. Like,
in game.
Yes, Peter. So
in game only.
Yeah. So thank you guys for joining us, and thank you guys for joining me on this stream. I'm going to hop into the break screen, and then, guys, I will be back with the next portion of the stream in like 10 minutes. Just let me stretch my legs. So see you soon, guys. Welcome back, everyone. We are live. We're continuing the fundraiser stream. I'm here with one and only Max Kennedy, the expert Frieza Swap player from Oceania. Hey Max, thanks for joining me.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
You're always welcome here, my friend. So, yeah, guys, before we begin our discussion, we have an update on the raffle. We have gathered $325 right now, and once if we can hit 400, we're throwing in a booster box and a level 2 judge break to the raffle as well. So yeah, so pretty exciting. It's going guys, for a good cause. Every little bit helps. Yeah, we just had another donation. Thanks, Kira. Thanks, Frank, so much. So so Max, how you doing, man?
Yeah, doing good. It's like first thing in the morning here in Australia, 7 a.m. So up bright and early, but had to get up to be a part of this. It's as you said, for a great cause. Chris is an amazing guy. So yeah, really keep the donations coming, guys. Do everything we can for him. One of the best guys in the community.
Yeah, Chris is really an amazing guy, and I'm grateful that we have a way to gather something to give back. Max, we're gonna be talking first off. Max is one of the best Frieza Swap players, and I'm so happy because I love Frieza Swap. I have infinite hope in this deck. So Max, tell me what is your opinion on Frieza Swap position in the current metagame, also considering that he did reasonably well at Gen Con recently.
Yeah, it did extremely well over the Gen Con regionals. I think one of the online tournaments, it won it, and it was also 4 of the top 16 decks, which was amazing to see. I think Frieza Swap it's probably not the best yellow deck because Golden Frieza obviously has so many tops and is ridiculous, but it can beat Golden Frieza. It has the most cards in hand. Every time I play it, I'm still surprised at how many cards I have in my hand. It's not like the leader says draw 2 cards a turn or anything. It just draws 4 or 5 cards a turn for some reason. Your hand's just 16 cards. So hand size is always good in this game. So definitely great there. And it's just got the tools for every bit you want to do. It's got barrier removal. It can rest stuff in barrier. It's got small thing removals. It's got a big boss monster that you can play for cheap. It's got a 20k leader that can become 25k defensively, which is something we love in this game. So it's got everything you want. It is very predictable though. So if you're playing against someone who doesn't want to lose to your deck, you can struggle a little bit. As you probably saw last time, I was on your stream. I got my butt clapped by Peter with his cell deck, because just green can Frieza counterplay you. It can Goku Kamehameha your 3-drop. So there's a lot of interaction you can have with the deck, but if you've drawn well and if you go first, sometimes it's just not much people can do about it.
Yep. Just
it's pretty insane. Anything you want to do with the deck, you can do. And I think the only bad matchup you have essentially is a green deck that goes down the route of I want to KO your stuff all the time on your turn.
Yeah. So tell me this. So obviously you're one of the more prominent players in Oceania. So what are your thoughts on the Oceania has its own weird metagame like every region does. So what's your give me your analysis and opinion on the meta in your region?
Yeah, so playing in Australia is super weird because you see all these results from America and from Europe, and a lot of the times I see them and I'm like, I kind of just have to ignore those results because that's not going to matter in Australia. Stally blue decks We don't see them much. We never saw Gamma. When Gamma was like the best deck in for a while. Like I saw everyone in America complaining because the deck had so many floodgates, and I was sitting here in Australia. I was like, I have played 3 regionals this format, and I have not played against one of them. Similarly, it's like in this format, we just don't see Android 21. And a big reason for that is, I guess, our community is smaller and also a bit more compact. So, like, your best players in Australia, they all go to the same locals in Melbourne. So it's like Peter, John, Benny, all the guys that will, like, considerably top, Blake, Kevin, Jun, they all go to the same locals, all part of the same team. So a lot of times those guys will all bring the same deck or similar decks. So this format, when I'm preparing for an event, I go, okay, I need to find something that can beat Green Gohan, and I need to find something that can beat Golden Frieza. Because when I look at those top players, I'm like, John, he's either bringing Green Gohan or Golden Frieza to a tournament.
Yeah.
Benny, he's either bringing Golden Frieza or Green Gohan to a tournament. So it's and I'm sure they're doing the same thing to me. They're like, okay, if we want a better chance against Max, we have to be able to beat Swap Frieza because we all know what each other's playing. We all talk to each other. So it's a lot less about bringing, like, I guess, a spicy deck that can that no one's going to expect, because everyone kind of knows what you're playing, unless you're Peter. No one knows what Peter plays because he brings something spicy to every tournament, and it's amazing, and he does well with it, which is the even better part. But outside of that, we just kind of know what each other's playing, so it comes down to skill and sideboard, I guess, at the end of the day, which is really cool to see. Unfortunately, it means John wins almost everything because he is the best player in Australia at the moment. So if you looked at, like, our regionals, I think John won 3 events in a row, which was absolutely insane. And then, the other deck we always have to prepare for, even though there's only ever going to be one of it doing well, is Soul Striker, because Anthony will play Soul Striker in every event, and he will top every event with it. It's pretty insane. So it's really interesting playing the Australian meta.
Yeah, I love your meta. I was huge shout out to Kyer Chris. I was on his and Kenya was on their Not Same podcast, and they asked me about various meta games, and I was like, Australia, like, I love casting your region. You guys play what you want to play, basically. And that's so refreshing to see.
Yeah, definitely. It's less about, like, playing the best deck. It's more so playing what you want to play. Because, as I said, the community is so small that we're just we're all friends. We all want to have fun. Like, especially the in-person regionals. It's not so much a chance to play a competitive tournament. It's a chance to see these guys who live 7 hours away from me by drive and, like, a couple hours by flight that I barely ever get to see. That's kind of just like, it's a chance to see them. So we're there to have fun. And there's no point bringing a deck which is going to do really well that we're going to sit there going, oh, this is not enjoyable for 5-6 rounds and then not have a fun time. So it's all about enjoying ourselves and having fun here in Australia.
Yeah. So, Max, as one of the best Frieza Swap players, one of my personally favorite decks, now that we have basically almost everything, I would say tomorrow we're getting the SCR, so we're just kind of circling the entire set. What are your thoughts for Frieza Swap going into the next metagame?
Yeah, so I guess Frieza Swap didn't necessarily get anything great from the next set, which is a bit of a shame, but if you want to be spicy, you can run the secret rare, the Gohan extra card, just to get your free Z leader. If you want to be, like, extra aggressive, it's like you get an extra energy that turn. I still think Gohan Piccolo is just better, but if you want to be fun, you can do that. But I think it doesn't lose its position. It's not one of the top decks that will be hit unless generic yellow gets hit on the ban list, which may happen, we never know. But it's not. Besides that, none of the cards itself will be hit on the ban list. There's nothing in the new set, I say, that really threatens the deck, which is my favorite part about it. You have, like, the top decks, in my opinion, for next set is going to be like Go Bros and the blue Gogeta deck, and green is a bit annoying if they run Unison. It kind of sucks that a good green deck runs Unisons, but outside of that, like, you're happy to play against a new Gogeta deck because you can Final Flash the big 8-drop, and then they can't Aegis. So I think it's in a really good spot next set, and it's just essentially it has the same matchups it currently has. It doesn't lose anything, but nothing next set that it will lose to like gets better, I guess, if that makes sense. We're not seeing any absurdly good cards that the deck just loses to. So I think next set, if you're really enjoying Swap Frieza, it's still one of the best decks to play. Like, I would hold on to it. The deck, it's just so fun to play. It has so many different things you can do. I remember when I was like looking at the deck at the start of the set, I wanted to play it in Brisbane regionals because I was playing Max and Gogeta at the time. I didn't really enjoy it. And this was before we were allowed to play the TP promos, so I wanted to play the deck before it was like viable, essentially. Because it just has so many cool things about it. Like, you've got a 20k that draws 2 cards and ignores KO something, ignoring barrier, and then can restart your chain for free. Or you can just have a mini sit on your board and the other 5-drop Frieza. So I think the deck doesn't lose anything, but it just gains more decks it's happy to play against, which is like the best part about any deck. It's just being able to go, yeah, you've got the 5-drop Frieza out, the big 8-drop Gogeta next set. It doesn't have its skills, so it's not going to be a double strike that rests one of your things and then restands and swings another 35k double strike on in one turn. So I definitely think Frieza Swap is not going anywhere. All it needs is dedicated players like myself to keep playing it, and you'll keep seeing it top because it is that good of a deck. You just need people to jump off Golden Frieza and to play Swap Frieza, and you'll see the tops.
Yeah. So right now, before you came in, we had Big O, Philip, and Peter Dance here. So I'm going to ask you some questions that the viewers asked them and that we have discussed. So on the topic of Frieza and the next set, we are approaching the end of spoilers, and that means that we are approaching the ban list very soon.
Yep.
So what are your suspects, if there are any suspects, for the ban list?
Look, I think realistically, the only decks you could theoretically hit are Great Gohan and Golden Frieza, but at the same time, I don't think they're bad enough to hit them. I think we can just like let everything go forth and keep playing. I know Bandai always looks to ban stuff that just kind of like outright destroys one of the new decks, but I don't think we have anything that kind of gatekeeps any of those new decks from being viable at all. So I don't think we'll get anything hit down that path. But I just don't think there's any kind of standout cards. I think if anything's going to get hit, we're just going to see Golden Frieza Leader finally go, which would be a shame. I don't think they should do that. But besides that, they could hit the consistency of Golden Frieza and lock those 1-drop draw cards that we're using in yellow to the deck that actually made for. Just like if your leader is this other Golden Frieza, I can't remember, the Golden Frieza Resurrected Monarch, is that the one from set 12?
The one,
that the new one
which flips lives.
Yeah, the flip life one. If your leader is flip life Frieza that no one ever plays, draw a card. So they could theoretically lock it down to that deck. I just think we should play through it. Like, I don't think there's anything that bad. Maybe you hit Gohan Unison. Maybe you finally get rid of Cold Bloodlust. But I don't think there's anything in the deck that makes it I don't think there's anything in the deck that makes it unfair. I think it can play Unisons, which other yellow decks can't do, but there should be a yellow deck that can play Unisons. Otherwise, Unisons are just going to be gone from the game. So my predictions for the ban list is hopefully we won't have one for the first time in a very long time. But I know that's not going to happen. So it'll be interesting to see what actually gets hit.
Yeah, my personal thoughts and ideas are like except for Frieza, I wouldn't touch anything. I think I wouldn't be shocked with the extra cards coming in that we just see nothing on the ban list. It's one thing, and like I know that Bandai isn't watching, but like I still need to say it. We need one errata, and that's the spy robot. We need justice for spy robot, because that one is that is sad. That's a sad situation that needs to be corrected. It's a great injustice.
Yeah, I think it would also be great. I know Blue Trunks may get a bit good, but those cards, those promos, the Tapion Unison made for set 10 Blue Trunks, if they could work, that would be lovely. If they could actually put cards into your life and then you can use your leader effect to play them instead of just putting them face up and then being useless and don't know why they were made in the first place, that would be lovely. The other thing that could possibly hit, more so just for an enjoyment, not so much balance, if Bandai fixes the super combo loop in Android 21, I think the deck's fine. I think it's a good deck. It does well, Expert 21. But I can see that it may stop people wanting to play against the deck, potentially. But I think we're already losing players, so I don't think Bandai's going to care about that. They've committed to Fusion, so I don't think quality of life bans like that will happen as much. It'll just be, is the deck overtopping too many events? If so, then it'll go. But I think, they may hit something in Frieza, and hopefully they fix that little robot and the Blue Trunks cards. I don't think they will fix the Blue Trunks cards because it's been too long. And I think Flash probably made a statement at some point saying that they're intended to work as Bandai wanted, which sucks. But it'd be great if those cards could actually work in the decks.
Yeah, I am very curious to see, will we see Little Robot fixed before we see the anniversary box sell multicolored? What Peter Katani is always asking in the comments, just like, please give him that one thing, Bandai. Give him that one thing.
Yes. Hope just one of those two. Can we have cards work the way they're intended, please?
So going into the next format now. I think that we can agree that like Gogeta is Gogeta is gonna do Gogeta stuff, basically.
Yeah.
That's what Gogeta always does. But here's a tricky one. I thought this was gonna be a tricky one last time, and then my co-hosts just kinda ran with it. Worst archetype of the next set.
Ooh. That's a good question. I'm gonna have to say, I feel like I'm gonna go with the most disappointing archetype. Because I don't read cards in enough detail to say it's outright bad. Because someone will say I didn't read a card properly. And then I realize the deck's good, which happens way too often. But Janemba. I think Janemba is a bit of a disappointing archetype. I think we all got trolled by Fash when he posted the spoiler of the 2 mills, which was amazing. I love him for it. It was very good. But yeah, it's like, I just think the deck just plays these big 6 cost Janemba cards that have crit, but it would have been cool to see some synergy with like your old Janemba decks, so you can like cross play some of the cards, because these Janemba decks, they always just seem to exist. Like Janemba Mill, of course, is like done well, but Crit Janemba, Set 12 Janemba, they all have crit on their cards, but none of them interact with each other much. So it'd be cool to see just like, let me play that 5-drop Janemba SPR that looks so beautiful from Set 5 or whatever it is in this new deck. It would just, I think I was super keen for the Janemba stuff, and then it was a bit disappointing. Just like, you can kind of chain your 6 costs by doing the extra card swap, but then you run out of you only have 7 Z cards, so you're gonna run out of those real quick, and then the deck just kind of dies and runs out of gas. So I'll say that's a bit disappointing. But yeah, besides that, I think the yellow decks, they're a bit interesting. I like my yellow decks to say draw 2 cards a turn, and none of these yellow decks say draw 2 cards a turn. So yeah, I guess that'll be my answer. Yellow and blue Janemba.
Yeah, blue Janemba is. We talked a bit about the ban list in the previous section, and now thinking about it, one thing that I would love to see corrected is I would love to see limit removed from Bewitching Blow Janemba. Like,
please, I would love that so much
yes,
as well.
Just like, come on, give us something.
Yeah, it would be so good. Like, the main reason, like, we have that Janemba Xeno Z leader from the anniversary box, and it like works so well with Bewitching Blow, and just because you can like recycle the ball.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think can we unlimit that card? It would be amazing. Also, we can unban Bardock, the protagonist, so I can play Goten Bardock and just go swing. That'd be great as well.
Yeah, the Bardock is also long due to come off.
Yeah,
he's also long due to come off.
Definitely.
Yeah,
I think if they could use this ban list as like a good time to look at old cards and go, what cards are no longer problem cards, and like we all know, unfortunately, Masters is going to be ending eventually, right? It's like people will go over to Fusion World, and then Bandai will eventually stop supporting Masters, or will get less sets kind of a year. So it'll be really cool to like let people have that bit of nostalgia and play some old cards that have been hit. Then no longer, I guess, are worthy to stay on the ban list, because there's been a lot of power creep, right? That always happens. So that'll be really cool if we get that in this ban list. I think that'll be the best thing to have, especially after Fusion World's got announced. It's just like, Fusion World's got announced, but you guys have nostalgia. Enjoy these. Yeah, really old cards.
It would be good to just, like, all games end at some point, but like, well, we can say that, and then you see Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon just doing crazy shit and stuff.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, but like, I would like if and when and if it comes to one game replacing the other, if that ever happens, just give us like one last meta. Like, if you announce like this is the last set, then just fix those, unban some things, fix some limits, let it go out like one big hurrah, like that would be awesome.
Yeah, like if you're gonna end Masters, first of all, hopefully the community will continue to play it, right? Like, even if there's no support, you're still gonna have old decks you can play. I am a big fan of, if there's a meta I really enjoy, I'll buy extra copies of all the cards in the decks I love to play, and I will just leave that deck fully made in that format, never touch it, so I can just go back and play it. And that's like one of the best ways you can, I guess, keep a game alive. It's just in your little local community, or have your mates online that you just play the games with in whatever format you want to play. So that will always happen. But yeah, if they do ever announce the end of Masters, it would be great if we had like a farewell tour kind of thing.
Yes.
So we all have the hype. This is the end. We're going to get a bunch of cool stuff, and it'll be really cool.
Yeah.
But hopefully it never ends, because Bandai has too much money that they won't actually notice they're losing money. So
hopefully it never ends. It's just like, I have hopes. I have hope that it's going to, there's gonna be a way to continue, because I like this more complicated version. I would lie. I would be a flat out liar if I said that I'm not gonna play Fusion World, or that I'm not gonna cover it or stuff. Like, I am gonna cover it. That's what I do. But I don't think I'm gonna play physical version of it. I'm just gonna play digitally. But for this one, I don't even have time to play this one. But this one is my baby. I love this one so much.
Definitely.
Huge shout out to Chad. Chad just donated $20. Thank you, Chad. So with this, we are $40 away from hitting 400, and then we're gonna add a booster box and a level 2 brick to the raffle. Yeah, thanks everyone for jumping in and donating. It's really cool that we can gather as a community and help help our dear friend Chris in his time
definitely.
of need. Yeah. So before we go, as after this I have another section, and I'm gonna grab some coffee or something, because it's almost midnight here. I feel like I have been casting the entire day that I've been on the stream the entire day today. I'm glad that I checked some events online. I saw that Oceania is gonna have even more. That you're gonna have like a lot of live events coming one after another.
We've got a couple coming up. It's good.
Yeah, that's really cool. There's always like a demand. I think in every region there is a demand for live events, or more live events, and because I think we've had only like 3 in Europe or so. Well, that depends which regions you count and stuff. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to that. I think this is definitely one of the ways to keep the game alive. Like give us some more live events so that we can actually interact with each other and see each other. Yeah,
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, but before we go, do you have any last shout-outs to give?
Yeah. Well, you can check me out at Sandstand Under on YouTube. I occasionally post stuff when I'm not being lazy. Doing a bunch of One Piece stuff, but also going to start coming back to doing Dragon Ball content. 'Cause that's where my baby is, Dragon Ball. So yeah, check that out. Also, don't sleep on Yellow Garlic Jr. It's the most enjoyable deck. Don't let anyone else tell you it's a bad deck. That deck's amazing and it's fun, and it's spicy.
Yep, there you go, guys. Max, feel free to drop the link to your channel in the chat. Thanks for joining me here on the stream.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Guys, we're gonna go in a very, very brief break. I'll be back in like 5 minutes with the next section. So don't go anywhere, and I'll see all of you soon.
See you guys.
Hey, I am back. Yeah, I am back, everyone, with another one of those things that you guys just really, really love. Tier lists. Yes, I know you guys love tier lists, plus, these ones. These ones last. We have 59 leaders here. Yes, I'm adamant on staying awake as long as possible to keep this going, I guess. Hopefully it won't last too long. So, what I have here for you right now is tier list for BT22 meta. BT very early, assuming nothing gets banned. So, yeah, let's just go very briefly over the tiers here. So, Tier 0 OP should be banned, pretty self-explanatory. Tier 1 meta defining, so these are the decks which will shape the metagame. They will be like the highest represented decks. You can say that like Golden Frieza and Green Gohan are in those at the moment. Imagine that basically. Thanks, Peter. So tier 2 is high competitive. So these are the other decks. They're not rogue decks. They still top. Like I would call, for example, Max and Gogeta, Frieza Swap. I would call them high competitive decks. They still pull in results and everything. They're just not meta defining to a degree that they just shape everything. I see an Evoker leader. Yes, you do, Peter. Tier 3 mid competitive. These are your rogue decks. These are the rogue decks. They have potential to top. They still have potential to top. They likely won't, but they have potential to do so. Maybe you'll see them from time to time, one or two of them popping out across various events. Tier 4 is schedules and locals. Pretty self-explanatory. You will not be taking these to big events and performing well. Tier 5, like always, as per tradition, Tier 5 is actual trash. And then Tier 6 is the Towa token deck. So, yeah. Let's spend an hour or so doing this. 1 second. I hate energy drinks. Let's spend an hour or so doing this. I also don't want to make coffee this late. It's midnight here, by the way. It is midnight. So, let us start. We have 59 leaders here. Yeah, I aimed to get interesting stuff, plus new stuff, plus things that have topped here and there. I probably missed some things. If I have missed, ask me in the comments. First off, we're assuming nothing gets banned, right? First off, Gogeta. We're getting the SER for it. And yeah, it's gonna be Gogeta. According to Fashbinder's hints, it's gonna be Gogeta unless he's pulling a Janemba on us. Let's pretend that the SER isn't archetype locked or anything. I think that coming out of BT22 that Gogeta is the best deck from what we have seen. Like, you could give me Gogeta Z leader, the leader, the Z leader, and then give me like, you need a boss monster to get your extra card online, to get your leader's effect online, and then give me the extra card and nothing. I don't need anything else in it. That archetype doesn't need anything else. I mean, it's good that it has stuff, but hey, survive turn 5 will win the game. So I don't think that a lot of decks will be capable of fighting this one, especially because surviving. Hey Adam, thank you for donating. So Adam donating $50. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for donating. And guys, with Adam's donation, we have passed $100, which means that every one of you who has donated through the stream is eligible to win a booster box and to win a level 2 judge brick. So that's gonna be awesome. Thank you, Adam, so much. So yeah, whereas I might have missed some leaders, by the way. It's midnight. So when it comes to Gogeta, I think Gogeta's gonna be meta defining. I think we are entering another era where Gogeta is just going to do horrible things to the game. It's always Gogeta in some way, and like it's the best color combination in the game, like blue yellow. No energy exhaust like at all. Just charge whatever you want. Get to turn 5, win the game. Like turn 5, win the game. And is it difficult to get to turn 5 with a deck which also has Aegis? On top of everything, he has Aegis, and with the Z extra card, he has better Aegis. Like this is tier 1. I'm pretty certain that it's actually going to be in tier 0 at some point, but it's definitely tier 1. I hope we don't get any more tier 0 decks. Then Golden Frieza. So Golden Frieza has been meta defining. Mike muffled. Say that Mike is muffled. 1 second. Should not be like this. I'm just gonna... Golden Frieza. So I'm just checking. Yeah, it should be fine. It should be fine. Maybe my mic is also like giving up on staying awake. So Golden Frieza, assuming literally we still miss 1 card from the archetype. Yes, the secret rare. It's cutting out sometimes, but it's fine right now. Thank you, Miguel. I have to get a new one at some point. Assuming nothing gets banned, Golden Frieza doesn't lose anything. It might. Versus Gogeta, it's going to be who gets to 5 energies first. Like, that's gonna be versus Gogeta. But assuming nothing gets touched, I think Golden Frieza is going into tier 1 again in the upcoming metagame. I don't think that it got anything. But it also didn't lose anything, and nothing that beats it got anything also. So I think Golden Frieza is gonna be tier 1 unless something changes, because at the moment it is the best performing yellow leader. Then we are off to talk about Sin. Cody, I hope you're not watching this. So I know Cody has been doing very well with Yellow Sin lately, and we have seen Giovanni playing Yellow Sin today with basically his deck in hand. I think Yellow Sin is a deck which has legs. It definitely has legs. It can stall out the game like crazy. It can just stall out the game, and it's one of those where if you get to 9 energy, you win the game. If you get to 6, you basically, if your opponent is tapped out, you win the game. It has a lot of crazy abilities here. He can run the newest 4-drop. I think that, would I call it like high competitive deck? Like one that's gonna be almost everywhere coming next season and stuff, assuming nothing gets touched? I don't think so. I think it has potential. I think it has a lot of potential, but it's gonna go like tier 3, like rogue decks, you know. It can still top. It is extremely powerful, but I don't think that it's like tier 1. I think it's a rogue pick, where if you really know how to pilot it, you can perform very well. You can really perform very well if you know what you're doing with it. But will it now just be topping all the time or very consistently. I don't think so. Then we have SSG Goku. Not SSG. Oh my god. SS4 Goku. Pavel Moss, thank you, Pavel, for donating. Thanks, buddy. So, yeah, SS4 Goku, well, it did well in the past when Mikey was playing it. It did very well in the past, but I think if Mikey plays anything, if it's black, it's gonna perform well. Unfortunately, it didn't do literally anything this metagame. And it didn't. No, it's getting a Z extra card. Yeah, it's getting a Z extra card. That one is actually very good. I can't remember exactly what it does. If anyone remembers in the chat, please post if you remember what his Z extra card does. But it's. I think it was like, oh my god, this is the best one in the set. So, I mean, I'm always gonna have like some degree of faith in this deck. So I'm probably wrong, but I think that because of the newest Z extra card, it can go into tier 3. I think. I mean, like if anyone remembers what it, I remember that it was good, and that all of us in my group were like, "Wow, look at this." If it's actually bad and I remember incorrectly, then it's tier 4. Launch. So I put launch here because of the French event, because it won on the French event and it performed exceptionally well. It's one of those leaders where I think we can all agree that a lot of us thought that launch was gonna go crazy when Zenkai was revealed, because it is a deck that really wants to combo. It can charge a lot of Z energy, it can get cards back. Like there's a lot of things going on here. But yeah, other than that, it did well at that one event, and that's it. It didn't do well anywhere else. So maybe at one more. I'm not sure. I think it got top in 2 events. Let me just see. The Z extra gives plus 5k credit to a Goku Xeno on removal. Allowed to warp 1 on every overarm, and when played you take 2 lives and then 1 Goku Xeno from drop to warp. I made a proxy, can send it to your Discord. Thanks, Manjok. Please send it to me on Discord so that I can see it. So yeah, but it sounds awesome. So I think that it should be in tier 3. Going back to launch. 1 second. Yeah, you have to see me do this like disgusting energy drink thing. So, launch. I don't. It might sound controversial or crazy, but I don't think that one player who really knows the deck winning an event and then no one else performing well with the deck even after that event, I don't think that there's anything here. I think that it's an exceptionally good pilot playing a deck that he knows exceptionally well. So I think I'm gonna put launch in 4, because if launch struggles now, everything else that's coming in the next set is insane. Like, these new archetypes are crazy. It's just gonna struggle more. I might be wrong, but I think that one person winning with it ever since Zenkai launched, and nothing has changed for the deck. I don't think that it means anything other than that was an amazing pilot. Then moving to what are we looking at now? Shroom and Salsa. Shroom and Salsa, the old ones. I'm not putting the bad, the new ones on there. We saw them performing well again today at regionals. Oh my god, that was today. So we saw this deck performing amazingly well today as well. Big O spoke a bit. Big O, Philip, and Peter talked about it a bit earlier in the live stream. This one really has legs. It really has legs right now. It's gonna get better in the next metagame. Like it's crazy. It's crazy to see this deck still going through. Like, not still. It wasn't, as far as I remember, it wasn't that good. Back when it was revealed, it was fun, but nothing to oh my god. And now it's actually wow. Now, like, it's really getting some, like, it doesn't lose anything. It's not losing anything. So I think that this is gonna be our first tier 2 actually. I think it's a strong representative for black going forward. Supreme Kai of Time. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. So, this was once in the previous metagame, this was the best black deck. This was the black deck to play. So, what happened then? What happened in the meantime? I'm not sure. I've talked a bit about how to beat Gohan and how you should be focusing on, like, hey, if you can stay at 2 energies, you can beat Gohan. If you stay at 2 energies, and Trunks can do that, Kai can do that even more easily. Because Kai can just spam 2 overwhelmed cards every turn and let them stick for free. But it just doesn't perform well. It's just not doing well. What helps with Trunks is that Trunks is defensive. What helps with Shroom and Salsa is that they can remove important things from the combo area. But Kai, when, like, for example, faces Gohan, other than Petrification, you're just kind of stuck. You don't have the defenses that other black decks have. And at this point, assuming nothing gets touched, of course, I don't think that Kai is even a rogue deck at the moment. Like, you know, I do data for everything, and I don't think that I have seen Supreme Kai of Time at all this meta. Or I have seen like 1 or 2 of them in the top 16, and not top 8, 16. So I think that this goes back to tier 4. I think this just goes back to tier 4 now. It had a good run. So, Kale. Oh, I sang its praises when regionals support was released. I really sang its praises. Kale is... It's not a weak deck. Let's put it like this. It's not a weak deck. It's... If you get it going, it can just basically block, quote-unquote, 1 attack per turn. Because if you stack enough cards beneath her, she can get like plus 30 or more. Into the dumpster she goes, yeah. But other than that, she's not really doing anything, man. Like, this deck isn't performing at all. Like, when I check my locals, I don't play anymore. I just jump in, see what everyone else is doing. It's never performing well. No one managed to get it to work. It's just too slow. I think that, like, I would just put it in the dumpster now. Like, I think that we gave it a lot of chances, and it just didn't do anything. It has all the support in the world, but it's just not enough, unfortunately. Then we are heading to Goku. Very embarrassingly, I thought this was gonna be like tier 2, you know, going into this current metagame, because something had to be good in red, right? Love tier list. Let's see how my deck do this time, ain't you know. So right now Goku got top 16 once, only a single time, across what did we have, like over 10 events or so. It didn't do anything. Like, it got top 16 once and that's it. It didn't get any help. No, actually it gets help, right? It gets a... Magiok, do you have the... if you're still here, do you have the Z extra card for Goku by any chance? There is the red one. So let's talk about Trunks Gita until I find out what's happening with the red one, because I know that this one got support and I know that it's very good. Let's talk about Trunks Gita in the meantime. Trunks Gita is bad. Trunks Gita is bad. Like, it's just kinda... Yeah. It's just kinda... It has support. It has a lot of support. Like, this deck... Nope, I only looked at Guardian of History. Okay. It has a lot of support. But is it actually any good? I think it's outclassed by every other yellow deck. Fairly recently, when I did the first half of BT22, it didn't win. It didn't top consistently, or it maybe topped once. I need to check the data for this. But like, it's not doing anything. Golden Frieza is much better. Frieza Swap is better. Majin Vegeta is a much better deck. Going into the next set, well, not sure. I'm not sold. But if Philip Trapini says, hey, yellow Goku is tier 1, then I'm inclined to believe the best player in the world. So, yeah, I don't think Trunks Gita is making a return anytime soon. I think it can top here and there. I think it can top here and there. So I wouldn't put it in locals. I would put it like in mid-competitive, in a way that like it might get like one slot here and there. That's the thing. I don't think that the deck is so bad. I think that it's outshined, and that's why players are just not playing it. It's not even showing up in relevant numbers at events. So if two players show up with Trunks Gita and none of them is named Mert, I don't think that they're really topping, like, unless they're like really, really like Mert, really good Trunks Gita pilots. And then if like at a Gen Con like 200 people show up, it's so poorly represented. But I think it has some like, so I'm gonna put it in tier 3. I think I'm gonna leave Goku actually for last, so that we can look at its new Z card. Ryan, thanks Ryan for donating. Thank you so much, buddy. Every little bit helps, guys. And like Nina wrote, remember, everyone, now that we have passed $400 threshold, everyone who donates is in the raffle for the level 2 judge brick and the booster box. Courtesy of Usman. Thank you, Usman, so much. Let me just see. Oh, I just got the image for Goku. It's very small. But I guess it's oh my god. Give me a second. Send you. Yeah, thank you, Daniel. Yeah, it does stuff. It's hard to read. Gains blocker. Okay, so I think it is good enough. Like, I think that we can actually put with the support. I think that he goes from like here and then like climbs, hopefully here. It climbs here with this new support. SSG Trunks. Let's talk SSG Trunks. That's where we left off. SSG Trunks is amazing. SSG Trunks is a phenomenal deck. I'm super happy that players are catching up on how good SSG Trunks is. Like 320k Z leader. You can play Petrification. You can stop Gohan dead in his tracks. he has really been pulling the numbers. SSG Trunks has really been pulling some awesome numbers. Next week, hopefully, we will have the summary of data and everything for this metagame. Maybe next week, maybe in 2 weeks. Not gonna make promises, it's a lot of work. So, where do we put SSG Trunks? I think that going into the next metagame, I think that we can still say that it's gonna be like, it has to be in the same tier as I think it has to be in the same tier as Shroom, maybe a bit above. So I'm very stingy when it comes to giving tier 1 to anything, but it might actually just be like the best black deck moving forward, because it doesn't lose anything, it just gains stuff. It's more of a, will Fu be good enough to replace Trunks? It's more of that situation. So I think Trunks is definitely, it is the black representative in tier 1. Shroom is also pretty close to it. Master Roshi, Turtle School got support. Guys. Yamcha and Master Roshi, they don't mean that much. They're not, Yamcha, Krillin and Master Roshi, they're not that good to, I think, change much. I haven't looked into it completely, but I think it's fine. By the way, we are $10 away from the fundraiser hitting $4,000, guys. One donation of $10 and the entire fundraiser hit $4,000 right now. That's wow. Master Roshi going forward, I think that the old master's time has passed. I think that his time has passed. I think he's outshined. We might still get support in the tournament pack. Yeah, there is support in the tournament pack. That is true. There is support in the TPs with Goku and Chi-Chi. What to do with this one? I have to respect Master Roshi. I think that it's still that it's a rogue deck. At very least. Just putting him in tier 4 would feel awful. I think it's a rogue deck at least. I don't think that this deck really lost anything when we got into this current metagame. I think it's more outshined by Gohan because Gohan is so good. And yeah, I think that's the thing. Like, Gohan is just so good at the moment that Mr. Roshi is outshined. I would be dishonest if I said that Gohan isn't the best deck in the metagame at the moment, but it's not like, hey, destroy it. Robert donated $20. Thank you, Robert, so much. And with this donation, the GoFundMe passes $4,000. Thank you, Robert, so much for supporting TCG Metalz. Guys, like, I'm speechless. Just to check, we are at $445 gathered right now. 445. Wow. Like, really wow. Where are we? Yeah, Master Roshi. I think Master Roshi Rogue. I think that's fine. King Piccolo. Oh my god, guys. Have you seen the drum card? Have you seen drum? Drum gives barrier to things. That's what I remember. I remember drum gives barrier. And that's kinda it. I think it works only on your turn. Does it work only on your turn, actually? Which screen am I? I'm doing Opera, right? So I can just go here. 1 second. Because I want to give you the actual info. So, Dragon Ball Super card game. Let's see what the drum actually does. Thanks, Joe, for donating. Thank you, Joe, for donating. Every little bit helps. Guys, I can't describe how happy I am that we've managed to gather as a community and help Chris and his family. It's really an awesome feeling. Let's go to... I'm sorry, I'm just checking the drum so that I can give you correct info. So, 2 energy. If your leader is Green King Piccolo or blah, it's your turn. Your Green Demon Clan cards gain barrier for 2 energy, and then for 1 auto when this card is played, add up to 1 Green King Piccolo card with an energy cost of 1 to your hand, and then shuffle your deck. So drum gives everything barrier on your turn. Basically, that's what he does. I'm not sure whether or not he gives himself, because it's too small of a text. Okay, yeah, sure. Drum gives barrier. Does this? Have I just spent like a couple of minutes looking at this for nothing? Possibly, because I think even with this, that sadly, Tier Piccolo, oh my god, King Piccolo is not going to come back even with that. Like, I think what Scott Deshi pulled was a miracle with King Piccolo, and I don't think that it's gonna perform much better with the drum. Though everything getting barrier on your turn is cool, it's much more significant if it got like during your opponent's turn than if it were just be different. But then if you give it your opponent's turn, then your permanent doesn't mean that much. It's a weird situation, but it's not enough. I don't think that's enough to put him in mid competitive. Then we have Gohan. Okay, so the Gohan superhero, the Free Han, how it's called. Man, I'm not a fan of these ones with numbers, you know. I'm more for like hard names like Shlong-Ku, you know. And, but Gohan performing very well, actually. Like, I still think that this is a rogue deck. I didn't see anything that's gonna buff it in the next set. I think it's one of those that's kind of dangerous to buff, really. Because what are you gonna do? Are you gonna give him more free plays? If you give him more free plays, yeah. If you're gonna give it more free plays, then it's gonna be even crazier a bit. So where do we put this one? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So I don't think it's tier 2. I don't think it's tier 1, but I don't think that it's locals. I think that Gohan is a solid rogue pick. So tier 3 is basically rogue. That's what's mid competitive in my eyes. So it can still top. It has been topping events. It can still top events. And I think that we will still keep seeing him in the top 16. I just don't feel confident that it's gonna do it as often as Shroom and Salsa, like tier 1 decks. But all of these can top, and all of these will probably show up in top 16. They're like, I should have written rogue, to be honest. I should have written rogue. Can I fix this? Let me see. Rogue decks. Yeah, cool. So I just click here. Yeah, rogue decks. There. It's fixed now. So anyway, I think he sits comfortably in rogue. I'm just waiting for Oob to be in tier 0. Okay, so so let's check out Gogeta. Oh my god, Gogeta was good for a little while, and then it wasn't after the loop was banned, and now it just kind of doesn't do anything anymore. But I still think that this one has some legs even without the loop, because like, yeah, it's Vegeta got banned, not its own super combo. I think that it is still a strong deck, that players have just kind of gravitated away from it, because Gohan does similar things but better. But I think that it still has potential. I think that similar to Roshi, or like Freehan, or like, I think it's a deck which has everything that it needs to top an event, especially with the champ pack prizes. So I think it has much higher chances than like any of these in tier 4. So I'm gonna put him in tier 3 because I'm very biased. Yeah, I'm gonna put him in tier 3. So moving on to Vegito. Set to Vegito. Launch should be Rogue. I don't, Miguel, I don't think that Launch is Rogue. Like, Launch didn't do anything since BT18, and then like it performed very well. It won an event, but that's more player being a phenomenal player. What's red in? Is there anything Earthling coming up? So no, I don't think so. So Vegito. Yeah, I know it won an event, but it's more like an expert piloting his deck that he knows completely. So if it wins something else, I will consider it. If it tops 2 more events, I will consider it for Rogue. Vegito is like a tale of tragedy, man. Like, we have discussed this earlier with Peter Dance, Philip, and Big O. Like, the 4 of us have discussed this on stream. Like, this deck is such a letdown. Like, it either gets its key pieces, and like it either gets its key pieces and is just awesome and draws into the SCR and beats you, or it just doesn't do anything. And the most shocking thing about BT2 Vegito not doing anything is that when you look at his E-leader and you look at the deck, you see like it has everything that it should have to work. Like, I don't think there's anything they can even give this deck anymore to work. It has all of the tools available, it's just not working. It's not working. However, it has been topping events in the current metagame. It has been topping events. I think no, not now. Where is Yellow Baby? I will address all of the decks which aren't here. I will address the leaders which aren't here. I will address them later. I think from what I have seen from Yellow Baby, like, I'm like maybe tier 3, maybe 4. I'm not sold on whether it is the deck just being absolutely insane and no one noticed it so far, or is it that Benjamin is just a phenomenal pilot. I think it's more that Benjamin is a phenomenal pilot, because if you check our deck profile with him, he didn't even prepare the deck for this metagame. It was actually built for the previous one, and then he just took it and topped with Baby. It could be that. So we will address all of the missing decks after we have went through everything. I think that's the easiest way to do it. That's the easiest way to track, basically. So Vegito is, oh man, it tops, like it really does top. So let me just quickly jump through my slides to see how well has Vegito been performing lately. Let us see. NA Zenkai Cup, nothing here. Yeah, it was in regionals. He did well on regionals. Then, like, friends, nothing. but then like it crept in again at some point. I don't know. I don't think that this is... I think that it is a rogue deck. I think that VG2 is a rogue deck, honestly. I think it is tier 3. I think that it is tier 3. Like, it sucks to put it in tier 3. It sucks, because like I said, it has all of the markings of a good deck. I don't believe that unless it gets like a stupid good Z extra card, like something completely insane, I don't think that there's anything else that you can give this deck anymore. Like, it has all of the support in the world. It's still not performing. Peter, are you in the chat? I don't think, maybe Peter isn't here, so I can just go and like sneakily put Invoker in tier 6 and he might not notice. Now this one is just actual trash. This one is just actual trash. It didn't do anything. It topped last meta game in Oceania. God, they store weird information. It topped last meta in Oceania once, and it topped once more somewhere else. But other than that, and when I say topped, it's somewhere in the top 16. Somewhere in the top 16. So, yeah, I think that this one is just bad. I think that this one is just horrible. Don't play it. On that note, Paparoni, Universe 3. This deck just got support. It got support. Let's check out what it is. So, Paparoni, oh my god, these are so small. If you have 2 or more, there's like a red Koitzerator, and there's like for 1 energy. If you have 4 more cards, blah, you can like play Anilaza and give it double strike. But at that point, and you have 4 or more energy. 4 or more energy for it to do it. Yeah, you go to the trash. You go to the trash, boy. Should Towa token deck climb to tier 5 with new support? Never. Never. Not after what he did to Secret ID. Never. So, and now comes Android 21. Oh man. Yeah, so, every time I talk about Android 21, it's like a controversial topic. Every time someone asks me in the comments, like, Damien, why do you keep trash talking this deck? It did well at this and this event. 1 second. It did well at this and this event. But it's not doing anything. Like, outside of NA, it's not doing anything. I think that I have done I'm checking my slides. It got second place in France. Let me see. Latin America regionals, Oceania nothing. Latin before that, after that nothing. Going, you can see the slides, but like I'm going through the data that I have published already. It's just not there. Oceania regionals on the 26th of June, there was one of them. Like and that one was where was even that one? That was 11th place. Like I'm gonna try to illustrate this a bit better. I don't think that this is... As an NA, I can confirm that it mainly tops... Yeah. Only tops... Oh my... Don't hurt me. I don't think that this deck is good. Like, guys, I honestly think that this. If you are in NA, this is like tier 2 to tier 1. Like, there's no denying that this is like the best deck if you are in America. If you're literally anywhere else, it's like tier 3. It just doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. And I think it has something to do with the idea that America just gravitates towards playing blue, and this deck thrives over there, and I think that's it. Like, I don't think that it's high competitive anymore. Yeah, 21-0 brain. Yes, Tom. Then we reach Spirit Bomb. Even if you don't rate the deck, tier 3 is crazy. Even if you don't rate the deck, tier 3, you think the tier 3 isn't compromise and make it tier 2. Well, it did okay today at regionals, you know. Like, it did okay today at regionals. Let me see what's coming out in blue. Well, Gogeta is just going to wreck this thing. Yeah, I mean, like, let's. Yeah, it's, no. It only shows up in A, but it also tops every event. That is true. It tops every event. So, like, yeah, sure. Let's make it tier 2. Okay. Let's go to Spirit Bomb. Okay, I can see an argument for tier 2. Bro, don't break my heart. I am sorry, Nino. It just doesn't do anything. Like, it is. Complain to Bandai, you know, like. So, then we also have. It has way better results than all of the tier 3 decks you have. That is true, Paul. So, I think tier 2 is solid. Spirit Bomb topped today at European Regionals. It actually topped. It's a good deck. Like, it's not a bad deck. But I think that similar to, what did we have here? Similar to Tcgmetalz, like, it's not a bad deck, but it's outshined by other ones. I think that's the thing with Spirit Bomb. What it does is pretty cool. When you see it topping, it's pretty cool, but it takes time and it does a lot to get to a point where it can do its own thing. If my weird rambling makes sense. You know, when you play, for example, Max and Gogeta, you just play cards for 1 energy. And then you swing like 25 double, and then 20k remove something double, and stuff like that. You put on a lot of pressure. Spirit Bomb can do the same thing, but it's just, for it to get its thing, which is like Spirit Bomb and then doubles heal leader and everything, it takes too long. It just kind of jumps through way too many hoops, and then you can say like, okay, but you can play Max and Gogeta engine in here, you know, it's a Saiyan. You can play the Servant, you can play Goku Vegeta duo and stuff, which is true, you can do that, but then why aren't you just playing Max and Gogeta? Like, in that case, you know, if you're playing Max and Gogeta, you're probably getting better results. So I think that it is tier 3. I think that it's not as good as any of these ones. I think that it is in tier 3. We have seen that it can top events. Here and there, but it just kinda, it's outshined, basically. Even if you look, for example, Golden Frieza, which has a different game plan, goes off faster and just does his thing more consistently and everything. Spirit Bomb, just like the attack, takes too much time to pull off. Though when you pull it off, it's devastating. It's game ending when you manage to pull it off. I've put this book here because it got support. I'm pondering whether or not should I even bother reading it at this point. Actually, I'm not gonna even bother reading it. Like, I think this is just like, we can just throw this one into the trash and then continue on with our tier list. I think that the thing is, I haven't even seen it anywhere at locals, though, to be fair, not seeing it at locals is subjective, way too subjective. But the thing is, I haven't seen it do anything, and it takes... We just discussed how Spirit Bomb, which is a much better generic package than Boo has because it's a yellow Saiyan leader, takes forever to do its own thing, and Boo takes even longer than that, and you can just devastate Boo. Like, if you side Black Smoke, granted not all decks are siding Black Smoke anymore, you just devastate Boo. Like, even if you don't side Black Smoke, it takes like, what, 4 to 5 turns for Boo to do something. Now I'm genuinely curious about this new. It's a triple strike, 8 cost. If your leader is Majin Buu card, then your opponent, and it's your opponent's turn, you reduce its cost by 1, so it costs 7. And then it has like a lot of text, and then it says, if your yellow Majin card is played by a skill, when your Majin yellow card, it gets plus 5k power for the turn. So it's 30 something, 35, triple. In case you're wondering what I'm reading the newest regional promos. If it's your turn, when this card is played from in your hand, when this card is discarded, or a yellow Majin Buu by yellow in your battle area, it's something you get to evolve it on your opponent's turn or something like that. It's pretty K triple. It gives plus 5k combo power. That's basically what it does. So is it still trash? Yes, it is still trash, basically. I think we can go with this. Cumber tier 2. Right, so we have reached Captain Cum himself. So, Cumber tier 2. I don't think that Cumber is tier 2. Let me just check the I know that the card that's coming in regional pack is phenomenal. You get to play him for 1. Then, like, when this card is played, you draw 1, then choose one of your opponent's battle cards and it gains 7. Okay. If your leader is Black Cumber, when this card attacks, choose up to one of your opponent's cards with Servant skill and use it in a combo with this card. Okay, so basically he does the thing that your that your Z leader does. You get to combo with it, but it's a 15k. It gives something Servant. That's pretty cool. And there is also the newest Cumber, the newest SR, which can also go into this deck. Like, that one is wild. Like, give me just a second to check it out. I am swimming in things right now, but let us see. Cumber. Cumber, where are you? Here it is. So, Assailant Fury Cumber. If you have 3 or more energy and you choose one of your Black Cumbers in drop or warp, you play him from your hand. He's 25k. He goes into Cumber. When this card is played, choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards with an energy cost of 1, with an energy cost less than or equal to the number of cards in your Z deck, ignoring barrier, and send it to its owner's warp. So if you're playing Cumber, that's like 6 or 5. that's 6. You're basically warping 6 or 5 cost in Cumber. Because if you're looking at Z deck, you're running 2 copies of... No, you're looking at less. Assuming that your opponent can't remove Fu, right? Assuming your opponent can't remove Fu, that's like what? I'm sorry that I'm not showing you really the card that I'm talking about. I'm gonna try to do it like this. Let's try to share it like this. 1 second. If I click here and I select OK and give me Cumber now. Just up in Captain Come. Here he is. Yeah, okay, sure. So here's Cumber, right? Okay, so this is the one that we are talking about. You can use this one in your deck, right? For activate main for 1 energy. And then let's look at its auto. So choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards with an energy cost less than or equal to the number of cards in your Z deck, ignoring barrier, and send it to its owner's warp. Assuming that you don't lose your Fu, which losing Fu happens exceptionally rarely. Using Fu happens exceptionally rarely. Let's say you play your your Z leader, and then you have 5. So you warp like 5. You can warp up to cost of 6 if you do this and you do the Z leader. And there is a very, very cool thing that you can actually do here. And that is the idea that you can play this one in Cumber. You can give Vegito to your opponent because Vegito costs 5, right? I haven't checked Vegito in a long while, but as far as I remember, he costs 5. And then you warp him. And then you swing. Let me just check this out. Battle cards. BT 20. Let me check Vegito very briefly. Vegito costs 5. If your life is at 4 and your opponent is Cumber, when this card is played for the end of the turn, your opponent's cards with cost 8 attacking and in battle, you can't activate counters. Yes. So there you go. There you go. You basically worst case you remove something with barrier, which Cumber desperately needed, which Black desperately needs. That isn't Black Smoke. Best case, you play this one in Cumber, you play the Vegito on your opponent's side of the field, you pay 1, you warp him ignoring barrier, and then you just swing at your opponent's face. And they can't counter. Yeah, because it's when this card is played for the turn. There you go. It's a 1 energy way to get rid of Vegito, which is in the deck. And you can also give this one double strike. Of course, this one will be counterable, but sure. I mean, you get rid of Vegito for 1 energy, yes please. So that's like best case scenario. Oh no, I'm getting rid of the wrong image. So with this in mind, where is Cumber now? With all of this in mind, I think that Cumber is like... I think Cumber is tier 2 at least. Tier 2. I think Cumber is tier 2 at the very least. But the idea is... well, basically, I think that Cumber is just like tier 2. I think Cumber is tier 2 at the very least. easier too. But the idea with Cumber is it's not easy to play, and that's why we're not seeing so many Cumbers. But it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Plus barrier removal, which isn't black smoke, is phenomenal. Now, speaking first, we had Captain Come, and now we have Big Schlong. So here it is, Schlongku. Oh my god, this is like this one was like very disappointing. This one didn't do anything. It did very well at our locals. It does well at locals. Shout out to Brandel and Omega Z for representing, and Will and everyone who represents Schlongku at the locals. But I don't think that this deck is going anywhere above locals. I think this one isn't going anywhere above locals. So for it, I'm just gonna put one Lone Schlongku in the chat. So yeah, we're now halfway done. We have 37 viewers at the moment, which at a halfway point is a good time to bring up that we have a raffle going on. If you are just joining us, all you have to do is go and donate to GoFundMe for TCG Metalz. Link is in the description below. We have multiple reward tiers. There will be a raffle at the end of the stream. Important, if you donate, type donate amount and your name, so that we can keep track of like which level for the raffle you are. The raffle is open to all regions. Paid shipping, so I mean paid by us. Free shipping anywhere in the world, and guys, every little bit helps. We have gathered almost $500, so if we can get $50 more, that would be phenomenal. If we can get $50 more, that would be phenomenal. We have gathered $455 right now, so if we can get 50 more, that would be awesome. Plus, everyone who donates enters a raffle for a booster box and a brick of level 2 judge packs, like level 2 judge brick. That's what you get for entering the raffle. Can I add my name if I donate? If I donated before the stream, lol. Petrello, when did you? I think I saw that you donated. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Of course. I mean, like you donated a bit. You donated like relatively early on this. Like, yeah, sure. Oob, dear Cub, lol. So, anyways, guys, share the video around. Share the live stream. Let's try. We're $45 away from $500. Let's try to get there. Let's try to get there, guys. Now let's go back into what is actual disappointment. Garlic. So Garlic didn't do anything. It just didn't do anything. I think that, who was it? I think that it was Philip who said that he thought that Garlic was gonna have some legs, but like it didn't do much in the end. It feels like, and I think this is a good time to say it, it's a fair red sin, but in card games, fair usually equals bad. Like, or maybe rogue at best. Like, this is the thing when you play enough card games, you notice that like if something is fair, it's just not competing, because like the ones that aren't are the ones that like breaking the rules of the game, basically. For example, Frieza is breaking the rules of the game by restanding energy, something that shouldn't be possible in this color. Android 21 is doing this by tapping your opponent's cards, using them for energy. Gogeta does this, but just flat out killing you on 3 lives. Shrooms also remove cards from the drop. Cumber gives your opponent cards and gets a massive hand. SSG Trunks is SSG Trunks. So a pattern that you notice in tier 1 and tier 2 decks is every competitive deck in these tiers isn't fair at some level. Like, it breaks the game at some level, it bends the rules to its favor. And that's, I know that I'm rambling a bit with this, but that's a good philosophy to keep in mind when you are evaluating upcoming archetypes and stuff. Like, is this fair? Does this exploit the game at some level? The big outlier here would be Vegito, because Vegito is just like unfortunately too bad, though it breaks the game in a way. But anyway, let's go back to this. Garlic, I am sorry. I think that you're just actual garbage, and I am very sorry. I wanted to make a how to play Garlic. Maybe I still do at some point. I like it, but like, you're not even fair enough for locals, man. Like, you're just not. I'm sorry. Oob! We are finally at Oob. So, Dead Noggin, you have reached Oob. Oob is in Rove deck specifically for meal version. Yes, so I've talked to some players way back during the spoiler season and everything, and I have heard, like, yes, there is potential in Oob. Oob is good in long, grindier games. The Z energy thing, it's cute, it has potential, it has everything, and now we have seen Oob topped twice, 2 separate events, especially like you said, like the meal version. Now, does Oob get anything? I don't think so. I think Oob didn't get any power-ups in the latest set, nothing that I can remember at least. But that being said, I think that the meal version is extremely strong. I think that there are some legs here. It is a very fun deck. So I think that we can put him safely in tier 3. I think Oob is tier 3. I think that we can all be happy with Oob being in tier 3, because if you want to put him in like above, then you need to look at the competition for above. And then it's like, yeah, it's tier 3. So give me just a second. I need to deal with some messages on this side, and then I will join you in a second, because now we're talking about baby. Sorry, I'm sending messages and stuff. I'm a professional, big professional man. Yeah, so I think I'm just going to type it here as well. So yeah, $455 gathered so far. Can we get to 500? That would be awesome. Ending the stream at 500 would be like wow. So if we get to like close enough, then maybe we'll actually reach it. So anyway, let's go over baby. Tom, are you here? Tom is the only player who I know who really kind of performed very well with baby. Well, there was Jenna topped in Oceania. I think I saw some other baby at some point. I know that he topped twice at least. when evaluating Baby, you need to take into consideration that, like some other decks here, Baby is actually getting a support card in the newest premium pack, and the monkey is bloody stupid. So Deflect Double Strike, 35k. When this card is played, choose up to one of your He already donated 100 2 days ago and get it up to 500 today. Oh man, but 100, thanks so much, man. That's so much money. It's crazy. Thanks so much for supporting the GoFundMe. So, choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards and place it at the bottom of its owner's deck. Then choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards with an energy cost of 4 or less, ignoring barrier, and place it under your field card. Yeah, it topped friends, yeah. So, it's a double removal. It places something at the bottom, and then ignoring barrier, in blue, ignoring barrier, places a 4 cost or less under the field card. And then for 2 energy, activate main, limit 1. So you pay 2. If your opponent is 3 or more energy, and what? And your field card something has a specific number of battle cards, play this card from your hand. Okay, basically cheat it out for 2 energy if your opponent is 3 or more. This is the newest Baby that I'm reading. Yeah, it's stupid. It is so good. It's so good. So I think that, like, being very highly optimistic, I think that, like, Baby is in Rogue when that card comes out. It's definitely, I think it's going to stick. I think it's going to stick to Rogue, but it's going to be topping more often if players just give it a chance, because that card is so good. For 2 energy, get rid of 2 cards, deflect, double strike, 35k, remove a card, ignoring barrier. It's phenomenal. You know, you might not like these new regional cards. I understand. Like, not everyone plays those very specific decks, but you can't deny that sometimes this support is just phenomenal. Then Baby is good, but Green Gohan destroys it, unfortunately. Yeah, that is true. 1 second. So, Green Gohan, assuming that it goes untouched, assuming that if it can steal a Gohan Age drop, then play it back with the other great ape, well, damn, yeah. Assuming that nothing gets touched, Gohan is like tier 1. Assuming that it doesn't get touched, it is tier 1 again. So, it is the best deck in green at the moment. So it doesn't mean that it is the only tier 1 deck in green. No. One got into top 16. It did well at locals. It did very well at locals event. I know that this deck was tested. I know that it was tested a lot by a lot of skilled players, but only one got into top 16, and I don't see it. Like, the results speak for themselves. It topped locals, so it has it has potential to win locals. It topped once at the Gen Con, but that's kinda it. So it's kinda like Shlonku. You know, like, it did very well at some local events, but then it didn't do much. So I would still put him in tier 4. Though I appreciate what it does, and that is it gave the old 9-drop successor. It gave it new life, albeit briefly, but yeah, it gave it some new life. So I think that tier 4 is fine for Cell. Let me just deal with this. So if it can still like yeah, that's what I said. So 1 second, guys. We need to do marketing. Need to do marketing. Maybe we can get some more viewers in, some more support, and reach those 500. Let me just see. Do we need to be present? No, you don't need to be present for the raffle. You don't need to be present. I will write down everything. Just go check the video, check this live stream tomorrow or whenever you wake up if you can be present for it, and then just, if you win, send me a message on the lookout on Facebook. So sorry guys that it's a bit of a silent period while I'm doing this. Let me just. I'm sorry. I'm doing marketing. You know how it's like, what it's like. So yeah, if we can get those 45 left for the fundraiser, that would be insane. Yeah. Flipgeta. I'm gonna go and address it very shortly. I don't think this deck actually does anything. I am not super confident in the deck. I'm really not super confident in the deck. It looked fun and everything, but then it just kinda didn't do anything. Yeah, so what can we do here? I think that this one isn't even rogue. This one didn't top anything, right? Like, no one plays it. Golden Frieza does everything that it does better. It does everything that Golden Frieza, Majin Vegeta, what else do we have? Frieza Swap, even Spirit Bomb. All of these decks just kind of do everything that you want to do in Flipgeta, and they just do it better. And like, this one it's cute design, but like, it's not so good. Unfortunately, it's really not so good. So I think that it is okay to put this one into locals, maybe locals. I just don't think that this one does anything. What's happening? We don't have a proper data on the deck since new ruling is like 3 days. Yeah, but like, we're assuming that everything is as it is now. So as it is now, let's put him in tier 4. So I mean, like, out of some respect I would put him in tier 4, but I think that let's just put him in tier 4. So let's go to Frieza Swap actually. So going into Frieza Swap, I love this deck. Oh my god, I love this deck so much. We just had Max recently here. Max is the best Frieza Swap player in Oceania, and he talked a bit about this deck. This deck doesn't lose anything. This deck just keeps gaining, and it is one of those decks which just kinda, like when I showed you the data for it last time, this was before Gen Con, it performed average most, how to say this, it had the highest, the most consistent average result. That's what I want to say. Like when you have Majin Vegeta and Golden Frieza, they're just kind of going up and down, and when you have when it comes to places in the top 16s and everything, but when you have Frieza Swap, it's just kind of steady line. Maybe sometimes it goes a bit up or down, but there's always like at least one in the top 16. And now we had a whole bunch of them at Gen Con. This deck is amazing. This deck is definitely amazing. In my eyes, this is a tier 1 deck. So, spoiler alert, Majin Vegeta is too. Like those, the trifecta of yellow decks. Golden, Swap, and Majin Vegeta. Like there's no denying that, man. Like these decks are stupid good. Then we have Gohan. Oh boy, some people are gonna get upset now. I think that Gohan is horrendous. I think that Gohan is so bad. It's a tragedy that this is like Gohan Beast, man. It's Gohan Beast. Like the most powerful form of Gohan. Everyone was so hyped for it. I remember disappointment in BT19 when we didn't get like Beast Gohan Z Leader or like a Boss Monster or something for the Blue Gohan. And then like it just doesn't do anything. I've already went over these ones. Take it back. It just doesn't do much. So like I said, I went over this one before, but I'm just gonna repeat myself because not everyone was there at the start of the Fundraiser live stream. So it's a deck which kinda awakens early. That's awesome. 20k baseline Z Leader is amazing. Double Strike, that's okay as well. I mean, like 20k Double Strike Z Leader, that's great. Look at Gohan, the green one. But here's the thing. It's better on defense. When you can just play Unending Awakening, you can play Orange Piccolo, you can play King Vegeta's Imposing Presence. You have ways of making him baseline 25, baseline 30 at some points in defense. When it comes to defending, when it comes to offense, he's very lackluster. Like he has his big turn where he just kind of shows up and like beats you a bit on turn 3, but then you just floodgate him. He's very good at playing the long game. That's where he is supposed to shine. However, going into upcoming metagame, he's facing yellow, he's facing blue, he's facing those things in tiers 1 and 2. Oh wow, that rhymed, awesome. And yeah, that's the thing. If for example, if you're not playing yellow or blue and you go to face yellow or blue and you try to beat them in the long game, you're just gonna lose. You can't beat them in the long game if you're not in their colors, and that's what's gonna happen to Gohan. He's just very like mid. I would put him in locals tier. I don't think that there's any potential for rogue here. Red deck playing the long game, that doesn't work, man. That just doesn't work. Like, these ones will just flat out demolish you. Boss monster is disappointing. Yeah, well, you can play like the Shlonku boss monster, you can play Omega Shenron boss monster, but your main game is like, oh, I want to beat you in War of Attrition by being super defensive, 25k to 30 baseline, in defense, phenomenal. But then you're also just kind of, yeah, you're not doing much. Dr. Hedo, on the other hand, is like tier 2. I think Dr. Hedo is gonna be the best red deck going forward. I think this is gonna be the best red deck. We have discussed this earlier in the stream. It was us, Peter Dance, Big O Notation, and Philip Tarpini. And you know, when you have the world champion and some of the best players in our region saying like, yeah, this is, yeah. So this deck basically does everything. It gives you barrier, it gives you plus 5k, it gives you free play, and it gives everything dual attack. On top of everything, buffing everything else. Basically, you have buffs with the boss monster. You can minus power of some cards and stuff. You can draw, and the things that it does it gives them passively, and it gives them for free. And that's the huge thing. Just for free, barrier to everything, plus 5k to everything, free restand of your entire field, and then one free play. So how's that possible when Cooler Mill exists? I don't think Cooler Mill is going to stop Dr. Hedo. I think Cooler Mill is going into a okay matchup against Dr. Hedo, but I don't think the Cooler Mill is going to be nearly enough prominent to actually stop it. Like, for that to happen, we would have to have so many players playing Cooler Mill. Hey Anthony, I'm glad you haven't got into Soul Striker. Just a reminder that a lot of the new Gogeta Star works with mono blue and blue yellow builds of Soul Striker. I knew immediately that when you're that you're gonna come in with like some ideas and builds for Soul Striker. yeah, Soul Striker is getting some very, very nice buffs. Best red deck, best red deck, everyone. So, quick reminder. So I think we have some new faces coming in. So guys, it's time to give a quick reminder that we are raising funding for TCG Metalz for Chris's and his family's GoFundMe. Link is in the description below. That's the entire goal of today's live stream. We have a raffle with multiple reward tiers. It's gonna happen at the very end of the stream. Important, after donating, please type in the chat, donate the amount and your name so that we can keep track for the raffle. Everyone who donates any amount of money is entering a raffle for a booster box and a level 2 brick. So there's an incentive right there. The raffle is open to all regions, plus free shipping anywhere in the world. And guys, we're $45 away from gathering $500 for this fundraiser. $45. Can we get those $45 before the end of the stream, which is going to be after this tier list is over, and then we just have the raffle and everything? That would be awesome if we could end this on like 45. So, Matthew donated 10. Thank you, Matthew. So we have a $10 donation. Thank you so much. Now we're $35 away from hitting 500. Oh my god, like this is awesome. I keep saying that I love this community, that I love our little community, but to see that like we've managed to gather all of us together and we are collecting money for someone who was struck with a tragedy, that's awesome. Like, this really is the best community in the world, guys, if you ask me. So let us go and continue. Let us go and continue with Janemba. Janemba. So I have talked about this earlier today. Like, this one is so disappointing. This one is just flat out awful. If you ask me, like, hey Damien, are there any bad archetypes in the newest set? I'm going to tell you, yes, there is one, and that is Janemba. I think that Janemba is just trash. I think this one just goes into trash, and that's it. I don't see any potential with this one. I still need to do a how to play guide. I still need to check it out a bit more. But yeah, I don't see anything here. Like, the problem is, I feel like we should have gotten either an expansion of the Z deck to more than 7 cards, or Bandai just kinda forgot that it's 7 cards, and this one like kind of has 4 in his engine and wants to switch them around and stuff. Yeah, I don't think that this one is going to do much. I don't think that this one is going to do much. So, I think trash. I think that this is just trash. Go Bros. Okay, so, give me just a second. Ćemo da upalimo onu tamo lampu, like. Za tebe pitam. Yeah. Okay, so we're just gonna quickly turn on the lights, man. It's almost 1. Wouldn't be good, it said. Mbeda forgot the anthem of this community. Steven donated 15. Thank you, Steven. So we are with 15. We are $20 away from hitting 500 on tonight's fundraiser. Lights were turned on, so I just have to kind of adjust a bit. You can see me well enough, so like, let's just kind of do it like even more like this. I think this is fine, right? So let's just check me. Anthony is, I'm going to refrain from donating here as I'm busy arranging a big fundraising auction. This currently will have $3,000 worth of products. I hope that you can get over 1K and even more than that. Chris Henderson is a legend and deserves all the help we can get him. Yes, definitely. All the help that we can get him. So going into this, guys, Go Bros. I'm going to say a very controversial thing here. I think Go Bros is better than Gohan. I think it's not even a competition. I think Go Bros is at worst $30. $30. Yeah. Thanks, man. Thanks. So wow. Guys, we're actually doing this. This is, oh my god. We have passed $500. Nina is just letting me know. $510 gathered on this GoFundMe. Everything. Kenny from Just Saying Podcast adding another 10. Cobras are the worst. $30, Damien. So Kenny adding 520, guys. Wow. So let's just go quickly. Go Bros. Yeah, my fiance is gonna fall asleep. It's okay, honey. So better than Gohan. Absolutely. We did a how to play for it. If you go and check it out, and let's say you start with 50 cards in deck, by the time that you do everything, counting cards in the life in your starting hand, by turn 3, your deck is 17 cards. Turn 4, you will draw 8 cards again. So then you have 9 cards in your deck left. On turn 4, you have 9 cards in your deck. You have seen literally everything. Awful to see the temper. Great idea with the live stream. Scott Newton. Hey, Scotty donating 20. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. But they were kidding when they say that for So Green getting good. I thought that was a meme. I thought it was a meme when they say Green is gonna get good. I even put a clown on the ban list. I feel so bad. But yeah, Go Bros tier 1. Go Bros is gonna be... I just want to quickly address an argument before we move on. There is an argument saying that Go Bros isn't going to be that good because it doesn't have protection. Everything in the chain has deflect if you're going with the 6 drop that is the SR. The thing is, it draws about as much as SS4 Gogeta. Like I told you, by the end of turn 4 you have 9 cards left in your deck. And Gogeta also didn't have protection on anything other than Boss Monster, and it played it the same way. So I think comparing this one to Trunks Vegeta is wrong. You should compare it to SS4 Gogeta. It plays its big attackers through battle interaction, basically. So I see that this is just gonna be insane. Worst case, you're just gonna bully your opponent with a massive hand size. Just gonna bully them with it. Plus, what I said very early on is that at the start of the fundraiser, when I was going over archetypes, you can play Gohan's Negate in this one phenomenally well. Plus, you can also play Piccolo Gohan, Piccolo SCR, because you can play it for free, and then by discarding a card, right? And then you discard your 1 drop. And then you use Activate Main on your next turn to get it back. You draw 1 from it, and you draw 1 from the pod you just replaced. The cards that you spent by playing the Negate for free. It's insane. Broly. Yeah, so here is the thing. I am bad at Broly. I have never played any of the OG Broly archetypes. I've done the how to play guide for it. I have broken it down. I think that this one is a bit tricky, and here's the deal. Everything that it does, we're looking solely at this archetype. We're not looking at OG Broly, Red Broly, Broly whatever. We're looking at the leader for this archetype. The 6 drop, that's the biggest issue here. Because, like, you play your Broly's Ring for free. Then you KO it with your leader swing. You play the 6 drop. He gains critical for the turn. He does his own thing. And after that, you reach this point. And that's the turning point that makes the deck bad. You reach a point where the 6 drop now needs to die for you to play Dormant Legend, right? But if you're playing against an opponent who's like, well, you know, he needs to die, I need to kill him for Broly to progress, that's just kind of... A smart opponent is just not gonna do that. And then you're stuck. You're not stuck if you do like the leader swing, but then what happens is you attack with your leader to get rid of the 6 drop. You get Dormant Legend out, and then what you need to do is you need to play a Broly, get a Paragus out for free, or play Broly Paragus card, and get Broly's Ring back to replace Dormant Legend, and then you're paying 1 for this entire chain, where it would be free if your opponent got rid of the 6 drop. That's what's actually blocking it. So I think this one is tier 4. This one, specifically this one, in its archetype, I think that it is tier 4. So we're looking specifically at the archetype with this leader. Because if your opponent's like, I'm not gonna play battle cards, or I'm just not gonna touch your 6 drop, good luck at that point. if you're looking at its cards in, for example, OG Broly, that's stupid, that's phenomenal. But I don't think that this one is gonna has. Or play the Z card Broly, choosing the 6 drop, and yes, that is true, but then, Ryan, then you are still paying for it. That's the problem. You're still paying for it. We're playing Deathless into 8 drop turn 2. Yeah, Trekara, that is true. So, like, yeah, I'm not convinced with this one. But, like, yeah, maybe. This one, so I still haven't checked everything for this one, but I have it here recorded on good authority that Philip Tarpini, the world champion, says this one is absolutely crazy. It is the best archetype to come out of this set, and therefore I'm going to put it at least in tier 2. So I think that's the easiest way to go about this. It's the easiest way. If it didn't have that your skillless cards can get negate, you could play Gohan for Yellow Whis from the anniversary box and then just give your leader activate main, use activate main for 1 energy, not 1 energy to play Gohan, use activate main, give your leader permanent to give all of your skillless cards barrier, and that would have been so good. Well, this next Ryan's hot takes for this next format is coming up in a bit. Ryan, is it Baba? Very early on, I had the greatest hot take for Baba as Spira jumped in and he said that it is actual trash because it makes you read your opponent's cards. And as Dragon Ball players, we're not very good at reading. So I don't know how we're gonna manage this. So I think that Baba is going to be absolute nightmare fuel to play at webcam, and I think it should be banned from webcam like immediately, because I don't know how we're gonna manage that. Just because it's way too inconvenient to play it on webcam. Yeah, it's impossible. It should be banned from webcam. But other than that, I really like its design. I love the way that it is designed. I think it does cool things. But like, I'm someone who played Miracles competitively in Magic, and I love setting up top deck. So I think it's cool, but I think it's like actually bad. I think that it's awful, but what it does is fun. So that's my take on it. My problem with it is that you stack cards on your opponent's deck, right? And then you have your small guys, which say like, hey, declare a number, and then if you guess, blah 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 blah, and then you get to search a different guy and put it into your hand, right? That's what it does. I'm just scrolling through Bandai's Facebook to confirm that this is what they do, so that I'm not giving you false info. Let's just check, blah blah, yeah, and then shuffle the deck. But here's the thing, you're not playing them. Like, at the end of the day, you're tutoring for a bunch of cards which tutor each other, which can discount themselves. That is true, but they just don't do anything. Like, you just put them in hand. So I think that Baba is like really, really bad. I think that like it's amazingly fun. It's super fun, but I think that like it's genuinely awful, and it should be banned. Yeah. I think we should put Baba in tier 0. It breaks webcam. Fu is, I think that Fu is okay, it's 1:35 here now, so let's try to be done with everything in the next 25 minutes. Raffle and everything. 1 second. Okay, this is gone. So Fu a lot of comparisons with Broly. While everyone is talking about Gogeta and Gorbro, will be the best deck from the next basically Dark Broly 2.0, and the newcomer ACR is crazy. Well, Ryan, you are one of the best players in UK, man, so yeah, I'm inclined to believe you. Though my hot take on that is... actually, I don't have a hot take on this. Like, I think that is good. I think that Fu is good. Is it tier 1 good though? Like, I don't think that it is tier 1 good though. I think that it is like tier 2 good. It's like we're going back to what we talked about cards being fair. But then again, I've heard like a lot of players saying that this is actually insane. So I think we can actually safely put it in tier 1. We're going back to the idea of things being fair, and this is like a fair Dark Broly, but it's good, it's not bad. So 20k is good now. There's a lot of placements I don't agree with here. Well, I'm sorry, man. What else to tell you? Bulma's always gonna be rogue. Like, Bulma's always gonna show up somewhere randomly, top something. Hatchiak. I think Hatchiak is also... Hatch is also like a rogue deck. But Hatch has been putting out results, man. Hatch has been putting insane results. Yeah, so I think it is still rogue, because I don't think that it is as prominent and as powerful as the two above. However, Hatch is getting a promo card. Without promo card, what are we looking at here? I think we're looking at rogue for Hatch. If you're like Mr. Ram from Oceania, shout out to you, Mr. Ram. Like you're playing Hatch as if it is a tier 1 deck. But rogue, I think, is good. New series, best thing Hatch need floodgates, and now damage is crazy. Yeah. So I think Hatch is gonna be in rogue, possibly higher. We will keep seeing him. Cooler Mill. On that note, I think Cooler Mill is also in rogue. Not as prominent or as powerful as the ones above him, though. Like, again, it's not just power. Like, Android 21 doesn't do anything outside of NA, but out of respect for the results that it is putting, we're placing it in tier 2. Cooler Mill is in rogue, so please don't mistake tier 3 just because it's tier 3 for bad. It's more like difference between 1 and 2 is so small. It's really small. But difference between 3 and 2 is like a bit bigger, while between 3 and 4 is just huge. So like tier 3 isn't bad. All of these have potential to top. They just can't, I don't believe they will do it as consistently as 1 and 2. And when it comes to 1 and 2, to your fancy, you can switch them up a bit, because like the margin is so small between them. Wait, a step away with Baba. Stress now, Baba is tier 0, lol. Imagine Fu would also be a Demon Realm card with the new promo Tova. Yeah. Kenny, Baba is tier 0 because it breaks webcam tournaments. That's why it's tier 0 and it should be banned from webcam. Beerus does like genuinely nothing, and we can throw him back in tier 5. I'm sorry, Beerus, it's not working out for you lately. AOD on that same note, like, has AOD done anything this? No, it hasn't done anything. It can still like top locals or something. So AOD tier 4. Am I blind, or is there no Black Vegito? Yes, I have missed Black Vegito. Yeah. Didn't even think about Baba. If Black Vegito was here, I would place him in tier 2. So I'm just gonna type this down in case someone jumps in. So Black Vegito tier 2. Black Vegito tier 2. So Cell, oh my god, man, like Cell keeps topping. And I think that Cell topped a whole bunch of events, actually. To be completely honest with you, I'm just going to scroll through data that I have publicly published, because I have a lot of data that I haven't published publicly yet. But don't worry, it's nothing like super secret. It's just me building a project. You know me, I'm always doing that. So now Cell is here and there. Cell is always somewhere in the top 16, very, very prominently, despite everyone picking Dabura right now. Cell is still in the top 16 everywhere, man. So I think that going forward, I think Cell's biggest issue is this Gohan, because Gohan is the main reason why everyone is packing anti-hand destruction, and then like Cell is a bit cucked because of it. But even with this, it's still putting on amazing results for Cell. So I think that it is Rogue. If Gohan goes, for some reason, if Gohan gets hit, Cell moves up. Cell moves up to tier 2 if Gohan gets hit. But the thing is that because Gohan is here, everyone's picking Dabura, everyone's picking Hand Destruction's hate, it's more difficult for Cell to keep up with it. Goku Black is locals. It did well, like here and there. I think it may be 1 or 2 events. The problem is that you have like Yellow, and you have like Saiyans, where Vegeta and Goku, which just kind of come here and they say like LOL, and then just take away your indestructible and then beat you. No, Nino. If we've been doing this for like 2 hours now. If I went with even more decks, nah. Janemba Mill is always gonna be Rogue. It always keeps topping here and there. I think Gohan gets hit, Gobros will play Hand Destruction Tool, and everyone will play Dabura again. Yeah, that is also possible. Soul Striker. I mean, like Janemba Mill, although it didn't get any real support, it's still phenomenal. Soul Striker is tier 1 or 2. It's in one of these. So I think like Soul Striker is still tier 1 still. I think Soul Striker is still tier 1. Like no competition. Like that one. Kai's locals. Yeah, Kai's locals. Well, because Doctor, we went over a lot of data from the start of this set. Kai hasn't topped once, or it maybe topped like once or twice. It got Raffle stomped by Gohan and everything else. It's just, it doesn't have the defensive tools that it needs to fight current decks. For example, Trunks has it in 20kz later. But the idea with Kai is we're assuming that nothing gets banned. If Gohan gets hit or something, Kai's gonna get some more support. But right now it's lacking the defensive power that it needs to compete with other red decks. It literally didn't do anything in the entire meta game. That's crazy to even think about. Don't listen to the guy above me, tier 5 trash. Yeah, tier 1 for Soul Striker. Soul Striker is just stupid good. Like, if you're gonna hit Golden Frieza, hit Soul Striker as well. Like, that's what I'm gonna say. But nah. Like, Soul Striker is phenomenal. 7Ku is like, yeah. Like, I don't even think this is Rogue. It topped what, Gen Con, and it's the only thing that it did in the last 2 meta games. It's just like, Ramp isn't here. Quick stop in while I'm at work. Awesome stuff on the fundraising. Thank you, Hazy. Thank you, mate. I think this one is just here. So I'm really speeding up now. Bobby D is... Oh my god, man. Like, Bobby D... Those are disgruntled sounds of me saying 4. Like, it has potential to top. It can definitely top, but just like it doesn't really. We saw what it can do last week on European regionals, but it's an outlier. Like launch in France is just an outlier. Similar, like, he's okay-ish, but I think that those above in tier 3 are a bit more than okay-ish. This one is here just because he's getting support. Could be low 3, but the player said the deck, yeah. Android 16. Android... no, Hazy Baba is here just because it breaks webcam. Android 16 is bad. It got top 16 once. Top 16, Android 16. Ever since it came out, it's a cute idea. It's like maybe okay at locals. It's a cute idea to do like Bad Omen and do like green-blue stuff, and there's like scientist discount and everything. And then you remember that he's a green leader, not a blue leader. And then you remember that blue leaders do green-blue much better than he does. And then he just kind of cries in the corner. I wonder, Cellmax is a bit controversial one, so I'm gonna leave it later. This Bardock, unfortunately, I would also say locals. I love him so much, but I think that this one is just in locals. Yusuf and Goku won Raid and Trade Store Championship. Really? Wow. Making Cabaret Tier 0, it also breaks webcam. Yes, Scott. Wow, Scott, you're still with us. Oh my god. So, yeah, Makey breaks webcam as well. So does Cumber too. Pen is... I don't think that a single red deck is necessarily tier 1, so I'm gonna put Pen in tier 2. Currently, Pen is the best red deck in the game. Right now, Pen is the best red deck in the game. Pen puts out phenomenal results. Like, but unfortunately not good enough to like call it like necessarily tier 1, but it still puts out like amazing results. It's always somewhere in the top 16. Like, you have to respect Pen. Trunks is tier 2 at least. Tier 2 at very least. I've spoke about it before in How to Stop Gohan. Just to explain this very briefly. Trunks is your best answer in blue to Gohan, because you have protection from critical, you have all of the blue tools that you get in all of the other decks, and if you're playing blue good stuff, Trunks is the deck that you're playing. If you're playing more of, mid-range-ish, maybe aggro-ish, depending on the version that you're going, Soul Striker is the better one. But if you're like, okay, I'm gonna go into a bit of a longer game now, gain some value here, Trunks is phenomenal. Gotenks is just like rogue. It's rogue. Not even Harrison is playing it anymore, and he is the best Gotenks pilot in the world. So, and he ditched it for Porqué, Harrison. He ditched it for Gohan. So that says volumes. Apeku. I'm going to be very brave, and I think it's either tier 2 or tier 1 at the moment. Now you might be thinking, Damien, what the hell? What the drugs are you on? Can I please have them? No. And like I'm on extreme hopium right now. But one of the great things that this one has I think Apeco is tier 2 at least, tier 2. Because tier 1 is a very high ceiling. But one of the very cool things that this one has is it has the Z Extra card. And the Z Extra card is phenomenal in Apeco. So yeah, Apeco very good. Gohan trash. Majin Vegeta, I think we can put him in tier 1 and then just concluded the trifecta of yellow cards. Apeco is tier 2 if built correctly 100%. Not enough results to be tier 1. That is true, but we will see when the Z Extra card comes out, because it's additional plus 5k to all of your Gokus. Android 21 Expert. Here's the thing. It's similar to Invoker in a way that wait a second. Aha, there is Max. Okay. It's similar to Invoker in a way that, like, if you're a very, very, very skilled pilot and you know exactly what you're doing and you know your matchups perfectly, you can be really rewarded with this one. This one actually tops more often than this one. So, but it's not tier 1. I think that it's still tier 2. I think that it is still tier 2. It doesn't top often, but it tops more often than the other one. And it rewards you for really knowing what you're doing. It also kind of hinges on the idea that your opponent doesn't know exactly what you do in various situations, but I think that it's like at least tier 2. And finally, oh my god, we're actually gonna be ending this very soon. Finally, Cellmax. Cellmax, red-blue. Cellmax is red good stuff that just kinda draws things. Plus he has a new TP that we are yet to see. Cellmax, in my opinion, is tier 2 at least. I think Cellmax is at least tier 2. If you build it like you would build Cooler Mill, but you're not milling, you're drawing. I mean, like, this is the second best red deck to come out of BT22. You're drawing like crazy. You're just gathering cards in your hand. You're basically playing semi-good stuff with him. But he kind of fixes one of the problems that red has in the idea that you can actually draw consistently and draw a lot. And when you play Jiren, this is like the scariest boss monster of all time when you play Jiren. So yeah, here is the tier list. It just took a couple of hours. So thanks everyone who joined us for the tier list. What we're going to do now is we're gonna jump. Vegito Black. Yeah, Vegito Black is tier 2. I believe that Vegito Black is in tier 2. I didn't download it. I didn't find it on Deck Planet. I'm horrible, but it is tier 2. So we're gonna jump into the break screen now, so that I can get everything set up for the raffle. And I think we're gonna see you in like 15-ish minutes. And that's basically it. Then we're gonna have the raffle and everything. So see you soon, guys. See you soon. Look at the wheels spin. Yeah, hello everyone. Sorry for waiting. There's a lot of you. There's really a lot of you here. So ignore the names. I've just opened the website for the first time. What do I know? So anyway, I hope that you are ready. I have placed your names aside, categorized and everything. So first off, let me start by saying that I have counted 1 and 3 double on accident. So I have the final number. We have gathered $625 today. Like that was directly donated to the GoFundMe. $625. Wow. Thank you everyone. So the first roll. So look how many of you are here. So the first one is going to be for event packs. This is everyone who has donated $10 or more. That's basically everyone. So we're gonna spin for event packs, then we're gonna spin for a booster box, then we're gonna spin for Judge Brick, and then we'll start going to the other levels. Because for these, it's everyone. So let us go. How do I even do this now? Just can you shuffle it? Can you shuffle it a bit? Yes. And click to spin. Good luck everyone. The winner of 5 event packs from the raffle is Joe Hakim. Joe Hakim, you win 5 event packs. Hit me up with your address, info for shipping, everything on Facebook. I'm gonna look at it tomorrow when I wake up. Congratulations, Joe. Congratulations. Now let's just move onwards. I think it's just gonna let me click again. I think it should. The next one is for what did I say? Booster box. Yeah, booster box. Do I just click here now, or well, we will find out together. So the winner of a booster box is Miguel Petrillo? No? Oh my god! Veronica, or aka Jakub from her account. Congratulations, Jakub, you have won a booster box. You won a booster box, mate. You know how to get in touch with me. Jakub is one of our tournament organizers for Zenkai Showdown. Huge shout out to him. Then we have, let me just see. Congratulations. Yeah, audio is working fine. Then the last one with everyone is for level 2 brick. So, level 2 brick. Yeah, Miguel, you really got cucked here, man. For level 2 brick, the winner is Oh! You see, Paul also got cucked. Matthew Hubert, Matthew, congratulations, you have won the level 2 brick. Contact me on Discord. No, contact me through Facebook. Just send a message to the lookout. Then I'll get you in touch with Usman for the brick, and also for the booster box. Also the winner of the booster box, Jakub knows how to get in touch with me. So send me a message on Facebook. On the lookout, I'll reply to you tomorrow when I eventually wake up after today. So these were $10, right? So now we are going to 15. Yes. 1 second. Copy. Paste. It's to use. I'm sorry, I've misspelled it. So this is 15. Yeah, so for 15 we are spinning for 5 regional packs. 5 regional packs. Let's go. Let's see who wins these. The winner of regional packs is... Oh wow. Thomas, congratulations. Get in touch with me through Facebook. Congratulations on winning regional packs. Then we are moving to level 20, and that is this one. I think it's basically everyone. Like, I think there's maybe one person missing. Yeah. So 20 is regional winner packs. Regional winner packs. Let's see who won these ones. So the winner is Matthew Leslie. Matthew, you have won regional winner packs. Regional winner packs. Get in touch with me through Facebook. Right, through Facebook. I'll respond tomorrow when I get enough sleep. Yeah, so let's continue. Let's continue. We are now going to 30. Going to 30. This is for playmats. We have 4 playmats. 4 mats. So let's see. 4 mats. Ah, yeah. Wow, you're tired and you've managed to catch that and I didn't. Wow. So we're spinning it 4 times. For the card market one. The one with Goku and Vegeta. Joe Rogers, you have won the Goku and Vegeta card market playmat. Congratulations. Then let me check for the other ones. They're on Facebook. All of them are on Facebook, guys. All of them are on Facebook. These ones. So Android 21 playmat. For the Android 21 playmat, we have, let's see, Colin, you have won the Android 21 playmat. Reach out to me on Facebook. I'll respond whenever I wake up. Whenever I wake up, I'm going to respond. So then we have a Pokemon playmat from Crown Zenith. I don't play Pokemon anymore, so I don't know the characters, but like it's some with weird Pikachu. Anyway, this one goes to Jakub. We're going to re-roll this one because Jakub is the person who gave this playmat. So, yeah. Actually, I should just remove Jakub from this one. Archie wins the Pokemon playmat, and contact me on Facebook. And then for the last one, which is Gogeta Broly, it's gonna be Philip Tarpini. Philip, my friend, reach out to me on Facebook. You have won the Gogeta Broly one. And now going to the last one. $50. Guys, for all the marbles, $50. The big one. Sealed Battle Hour pack. I don't know for how much they're going in Europe. I have seen them go for between $400 to $500 on eBay. So this is the big one. who wins the Battle Hour pack? Joe Rogers! Joe Rogers, you have won the sealed Battle Hour pack from the last World Championship. Congratulations! Congratulations, man! Hit me up on Facebook. I am going to reply to you when I wake up. So, yeah, that's it for the raffle. That's everything. So, wow. Thanks everyone for 2 for 2. Thanks everyone for joining us today. It's been an adventure. 6.5 hours. We have been streaming 6.5 hours. We have gathered $625 for Chris. We have pushed him a bit closer to reaching the GoFundMe goal. Yeah, thank you everyone for coming, for donating. That is the most important thing today. So I'm happy that we have gathered such a huge amount of money to help Chris out in his time of need. Yeah, guys, I don't have much more to say. I'm going to go and faint. I'm gonna just go and faint. Yeah, I'm gonna go and faint. That's my plan right now. And I think everything that was scheduled for tomorrow is just gonna be postponed or something. I think I'm gonna spend tomorrow sleeping. Nice job, everyone. Stay super. So, yeah, guys. Thank you for joining the fundraiser. Thank you, Miguel. And yeah, this has been Damien from the Lookout, and I'll see all of you in the next video.